getting my child support checks. Pre 7 months subway. As high as Flex has the Let's go.
Some videos and just do a lot of commentary on his stream. It's all a meme. So now what are we waiting for? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live? Open up the casino, let the gambler in. It's time to sit. I bet we're gonna be sitting here waiting for Hasan. I used to come here for politics. Now I watch him game and yell at great names all day. God, how long have I been sitting here waiting for Hasan? Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Sam Piker, and this awesome podcast comes to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm a sleepy boy. I'm a tired boy. It's a beautiful day out here.
Hopefully many more wine.
88 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one. It is
Sweet 16.
Saturday, October 2nd.
Today, chat Hassel.
Saturday, October 2nd, 2021. I hope everyone's having a good one. Brandrisk.mp4. So much has happened this past week. It's like fucking insane. We had shit camp. We had the roast of Soda Poppin'. After that, I fucking popped Soda Poppin's pussy on his IRL stream. Got him all dripped out. He did not like it. He was not even remotely into the outfits that we got him. Which is kind of sad, but what are you going to do? And I met so many cool people past week. Obviously, I got to see a lot of my friends that I stream with, which was fucking awesome. I got to make some content with them, which was fucking dope. I'm sure you guys watched a lot of it, maybe some of it. But noise gate, what's wrong? Gain on the mic a little too low.
Rover gang, 10 months.
Let me fix it. Here you go. Is this better? Maybe.
Yes, sir.
The noise gate is high. I think that's the problem. Is it better now? Is your voice okay? No. It's not.
Re-entering the world of education this week.
Nothing is okay right now. I'm fucking dying. I am. I saw you were looking for a new mattress. You can use Ben Shapiro's promo code to check out. The Helix mattress will destroy your back pain with foam and springs, like Ben Shapiro destroys cancer patient with facts and logic.
Spooky emotes, let's go.
Dude, there's just so much. Like, there's so much fucking tea, dude. Like, the amount of tea that deserves to be spilled, Chile, is not even fucking funny. Like, I'm spilling thesis Chile so much that, you know, we might as well be at the Boston Harbor. You know what I'm saying?
Almost to 9 months.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it tea?
Hassle.
Yeah, I've been hanging out with the fucking Revolt boys, like the Misfits. Remember how I was like making fun of I forget who it was, but like someone was at their house or something.
Cat Jam.
And I was like, I don't want to go to their fucking super cool house. Like, I'm glad I'm not fucking invited. That's a lie. Okay? Their house is sick. And they're very nice.
Poggers.
And, you know, yeah, it was dope. I'm a liar. How was MrBeast? MrBeast is the man. Yeah, no, it was tight. We were just like, it ain't 3 million though. No, motherfucker, the house that they're at is like actually a fucking like, my house is nice. Okay, it's very nice.
Thank you for changing my view of the world.
But
can I get
the house they're staying at, like, it's fucking insane. Lots of people on Elsa are saying Aiden had COVID when he met with you guys. Hope you're all right. What the fuck?
Hassle.
Did you already record leftovers? Yeah, I don't know why it's not up. I gotta hit up Ethan and be like, what's the deal there? What's the dealio? You met MrBeast? So MrBeast and I follow one another on Twitter. already, you know, he's like tried to help me ratio donkey in the past and stuff, you know, it didn't work, but what are you gonna do? But he comes to this dinner. Okay. He comes to this dinner.
13 months Hassy Hassle.
And, you know, we're talking. We're just shooting the shit. Super nice, dude. It's up on Sunday. He said, okay, good. Super nice, dude. And I'm like, listen, dude. My cousin, like Jank's son and daughter, do not give a fuck about anything. Like, they do not care about me at all. Because, like, obviously I do a different kind of content. All they say is MrBeast this, MrBeast that, MrBeast this, MrBeast that. That's all they fucking know is eat hot chip and talk about MrBeast. He's like, give me your phone. Let's call him. I'm like, shut up.
Get some rest.
He's like, no, let's fucking call him. I'm like, dude, come on. That's so awkward. Like, that's so weird. He's like, no, just give me your phone. I'm gonna call him right now. So I text Jank. I'm like, dude, pro up right now? He goes, yeah. I fucking FaceTime him. Dude, they lost their fucking mind. Like, I'm not even, they were like, oh! Like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm the coolest. I'm literally the coolest cousin forever. Okay? Permanently. It's over. I literally have to never get him a gift ever again. Even though, like, when I get them gifts and shit, like, they don't care. You know, because, like, they're spoiled. They're spoiled little shits.
3 more months until I get parasocial has buff hassle.
Like, they're so spoiled. Like, I got him Zelda. I got him all, like, the cool, like, Zelda toys and stuff because I want him to get into Breath of the Wild, and he just, like, refuses to play it. I don't know what to do about that, but hey. And then my fucking phone died while in the middle of the FaceTime.
Let's go.
Hasan feeling himself? Tell him MrBeast in the game. Dude. I don't know how to describe it. Like, their reaction to him was like, I've never seen something like this. It's a problem a lot of people have, to be honest. You had to switch for an entire year before you played it. Yeah, that's right. That's true. Anybody got a charger? Like an iPhone charger?
8 months.
Okay. I don't like that everybody's making fun of me for this. Okay. Yeah, I don't fucking have an iPhone charger, and it's a problem. So fuck yourself. How about that? Anyway. Have you told this story before, or do I have super deja vu? No. Yeah, I ran out of juice all the time. You want to know why? You guys want to know why I ran out of juice all the time? Because I was fucking carrying streams, dude. Okay? That's why. Anybody who fucking talks shit about me running out of juice should recognize that, like, everybody's always like, this guy, he's always on his phone. It's like, yeah, I'm setting up the next fucking content opportunity. Okay? I'm setting up the next avenue for us to engage in. That's what I've been doing. I mean, come on. Yesterday's soda popping stream was like, you know, I was trying to pull my weight there.
Hasan, love your podcast with H.
You were just hitting on that girl the whole time.
Hearts,
so what?
Smiling face with hearts. Smiling face.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, what do you mean? I was hitting on a girl that works at Reconstruct that I know, who's kind of cute. Oh no, that's, yeah. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I was. So what if I was hitting on that girl? Sorry, you got a problem? Guess what? I hit on your mom like that too. Guess what? She likes it. That's right. You're grounded. I'm your new dad. And you're fucking grounded, son.
Happy Halloween.
That's right. Anyway. Isn't it the same girl that rejected you? Wait, what? No. So many people were hating on you and so does chat. Whatever, dude.
Do I look cool right now?
You know, you do.
That music was so good.
Alright, time to get this guy gripped up.
Dude, we're still waiting on, like, I don't want to do anything yet because our guest is coming.
Look, there's no shot.
Okay, so it's just, if it's not happening, it's fine. We move on.
I'll give you one more call after right here.
All right, whatever. So I'm moving on. It is what it is. They come, they come. They don't, whatever. I can't hear you. Ow. Wait, why would you actually hit me kind of hard?
You alright?
Yeah, you hit me right in the bone.
Kiss it, make it better?
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm just vibing, dude. That music was great. Someone said gay club music. Hell yeah. Is the dancing bad on purpose? Shut up, bitch. My back is fucked up, okay? Awesome, so horny all the time. Yeah, I feel that. Me too.
18 months, goddamn, what am I doing? JP.
Haas, when are you gonna bring Nick on your stream? Dude, I would literally kidnap Nick. I would kidnap him. I want to kidnap him.
Ajan, do a pog face.
He's just like, I don't know. I love him. He's one of my favorites. I mean, I love all these dudes, so it's what are you guys going to do after this? Why, you want to come?
One more month.
By the way,
sub baby is born.
Guys, for the record, like when I'm talking to a woman and I'm being friendly, it's not always flirting, okay? Or even if it's like flirty, it doesn't mean anything. Sometimes I like to have fun. So I don't know why you guys, like, of course, take that above and beyond. All right, let's watch from the a moment from the roast of Soda Pop in here.
Hasan is responsible for 9/11. Hasan is responsible for 9/11.
Fucked up. Fucked up he said that, dude. America about to be like, Hasan, we heard you got oil in that fucking new house of yours. We're coming in, baby.
Has Chud, where is Hank Picker?
Massage oil. Yeah, massage oil. Operation Hasan Freedom. That's right. Operation Hasan Storm. Dude, can I just say something? I mean, I feel like this is... Am I crazy or is this me as a person? Like, this is like long hair Hasan. Are you joking? A little bit. You wish. It is Mac, yeah. Buy Nick Paul in my house.
Is 16 months.
Man, like, I need someone who's super rich to give me a free house.
Hasan.
I mean, like, super rich. I'm talking like 100 mil. Just give
Hasan.
me. You think Hasan's 100 million?
Yeah, dude.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's not sharing his wealth enough.
That guy's collecting so much money, but just not paying for anything.
I hate this so much.
16 months, Pog, love you, bro. I've been able
Why
to get
is this
several
the
friends into
why
socialism
is this
just
the
by
meme?
showing them your stream and videos. Much love.
Why? Literally pay for everything. Stop, please.
Hi,
That's true. I mean, I've been finessing free food ever since I got here, to be honest. Actually, you know what? I haven't paid for any food. House, man. Like, I need...
Your streamer friends were the LSF all along? Yeah.
Holy crap, can't believe it's been 4 months. Thanks.
You trended on Twitter for like a week, of course it's the meme. No money to pay for a charger?
Yo.
You gonna hear about that reimbursement coming for the next 3 years? Yeah, I know. You pay for everything at the scavenger hunt, even balloons and your new Gucci mask? Yeah, my fucking $7 million. Not gonna lie, this meme is really annoying. You did trend for a long ass time. Please tell me you've seen this TikTok.
That Americans call a rockmelon a cantaloupe.
13 months of Pog.
Oh, I just found out that Americans call a flicky willy donker a fucking light switch, mate.
I just found out that Americans call a rockmelon a cantaloupe.
Oh, I just found out that Americans call a flicky willy donker a fucking light switch, mate.
Wide peepo happy.
Can't believe Aiden made a video. A flicky willy blocker. Oh man. What is this?
Did you ask Mr.Beast to buy your house?
We literally call it a cantaloupe. What the fuck's a rock melon? I don't fucking know, mate. I don't know. I don't fucking know, mate. Alright, I'm getting my fucking food, yeah. I'm fucking starving. Why is he doing a British accent? Yeah. Okay. So here, I'll fucking tweet out that I'm live because I forgot to do that, but I'm back, part 2.
Free Palestine.
But lots of tea and drama and reacts and politics that I missed. Get in now for a slammed content sesh.
6 months and I still don't own a house. When does being a leftist finally pay off?
/HasanAbi. Okay. So anyway, is Mama Poppin' more lib than Austin? Mama Poppin' and Austin are the exact same kind of lib. They're the exact same kind of.
Poggies.
So they got like I think Hasan and Will that like they know people in LA and then they don't like the club people and they're like cool. They're like cool. So we go to the club place. They get 2 tables. Like these tables, but these are ours and whatnot, right? Like easy, dude. And, like I'm like yeah, man. This is our table, man. And then 2 girls show up and they sit at the inside table. And I go back inside and I'm there with my beer. I'm like sorry.
This is funny.
Sorry girls. These tables are they're reserved. And like yeah, well with Will, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh yeah. No, we're chilling. Listen. In my defense, guys, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I feel really bad. And then a bunch of people kept coming in, and they have like a lot of friends, man. It's like it's actually quite impressive. Yeah, I think Hasan is like cool.
What does that mean?
5 down. 4 more to go.
I think Hasan is like cool. He's so cool. What happened is it was Will's girlfriend's birthday as well. So all of her friends were out for that. And
yeah,
so he saw like people at the, what do you call it? He saw people at the table and he thought to himself like, oh wait, like these, you know, there's like random people here. What the fuck's going on? Kind of. And he talked to them. He was like, hey, this is, you know, reserved. And then they were like, well, we're friends with like Will and Caroline. And then he was like, oh, dude, never mind, dude.
Thanks for the amazing content every freaking day. Hustle, love you, chat.
But yeah, that was dude, I had so much fun, man. I really did. I had so much fun. But the one thing I realized is like the type of streaming that I do nonstop every single fucking day. That type of streaming, that only works if I'm like, doing it every day. I take a little bit of time off that fucking, you know, I fucked that like schedule up even a little bit, and now I'm like, you know, I'm like having a hard time getting back into it. It is killing me. I realize it is literally killing me. Thank you, Heroic Vigilant, for the 10 gifted subs.
When you went to his house, did Hasan give you cut up fruit to give the mods, editors, and writers in his basement petting zoo?
I actually didn't go inside Hasan's house. I didn't.
Unfortunately.
I didn't have enough money to get inside. It was some weird anti-poor barrier that was around Hasan's house.
I love that, like, dudes that are dripping in Gucci, like Gucci shades, Gucci shirt, that are like wealthier than I am, are now saying that they're poor and I'm the only rich one. How do we get to this?
TFW the Kekway.
Like, how did this happen? Also, holy shit, dude. Yo, blast this fucking tweet, chat. What is this? I fell off hard, dude. Look at this. 9 retweets. 197 likes on this. It's over. I fell off. I'm done. I should just quit while I'm ahead. It's been real. It's been real. No, it was real. It was good. I fell off. The Hood watches Aiden Ross now. I don't know if you guys like know that I'm live or not, but you know. Hood watches Soda Papa now. If you want an engagement post, a picture, nobody retweets your live tweets. Yeah, that's true. I should put my fucking photo in it. Nick was literally flexing how he has 9 mil in the bank at one point during shit camp. Yeah, I mean, these people are all absolutely a lot wealthier than I am. Let's be real. Okay, yeah, we gotta talk about Jank and Joe Rogan too. Better to burn out than fade away.
Gaming when? Has buff much love less than 3.
Hogwatch clip. U.S. Border Patrol breaks the law, pulling someone over and illegally searching them. Oh, that's good. We'll look at that. But as far as yeah, I mean, as far as like the past couple of days and what has happened, so much fun.
One whole year, my guy.
Hanging out with people. It was a awesome fucking experience. I got to hang out with like all these content creators.
Tie for content.
You know, I don't know what else to say about it. We ate like incredible food. Holy fuck. These dudes, like, they roll 30 deep.
Hugo Hassie.
Soda hugging Aiden Ross bodyguard yesterday made me. Vaccine denier to oppressed thinker pipeline. Oh yeah.
Yee.
Is there something weird going on with you and Lud? Lud said some weird shit at shit camp. What? I can't tell if like people are fucking memeing or not when they say stuff like this.
Happy 13 months, you fucking himbo hassle. Hi everyone, smile.
We watched the new Jon Stewart show. New JRE about Afghanistan. Nice. Former officer CIA, former CIA officer Mike Baker on the Afghan withdrawal. Alex Jones is on fucking Steven Crowder. There's just so much poggers shit going on, dude.
The Goose Gang is infiltrating chat.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, there's like some crazy like magnetic thing, and like it could detect your net worth, and if you didn't have at least $3 million, you couldn't get inside.
He actually charges people to breathe the air in
Yep,
there.
it was
It's
crazy.
like this millionaire air condition.
Yep.
It's pretty bad.
What did Poki say? Nothing. She was just being nice, being funny.
When you went to his house, did Hasan give you cut-up fruit to give the mods, editors, and writers in his basement petting zoo?
I actually didn't go inside Hasan's house. I didn't. I didn't have enough money to get inside. It was some weird anti-poor barrier that was...
Again, go again, go again. Hasan, go again.
Fake socialist.
You misses don't lie. No, of course, dude. I love desktop streams, man. It's my favorite fucking thing because I get to like interact with my community.
Yeah. I'm not the richest one anymore. In the car you
In the car you are.
In the car, yeah. True.
Listen, it's all relative.
That's all you wanted to hear.
Where do we go? Are we going right?
Hasan?
Absolutely.
Have you noticed how he just doesn't pay for anything,
Left.
Chance?
I mean, he's just an asshole. What can I say?
For anything.
He really doesn't. Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not the richest one anymore.
Bro, I literally, if you know me, you know I love that shit. I love fucking reacting the chat and
8 months pogo.
You know, being a fucking dumbass on stream. Oh.
Will, what's going down?
You got it. I'm gonna go in that corner right there.
You got it, you got it.
I
Will, give me the breakdown. Okay, listen, Austin's show,
Hello, my
very
favorite
tiny
dipshit
bladder. Okay, we were driving through downtown LA and he started to panic and now he's desperately looking for a place to pee. He's running around downtown LA. He's gonna run into a gated parking lot, it looks like, to pee.
He's so stupid.
He's backing off.
Dude, what's he doing?
There's a toll guard.
He can't pee there. Every moment that you're like doing this, you're taking time
Just right
off.
there, just right there. Just that tree. Just go. Just drop me. You can do it.
Get in the car.
I've loved every minute of being here, Has.
Another what? Dude, there's a...
Okay, we're good. Now we found a bunch of bushes. Hasan, hit the U-turn.
Hit it.
He's sprinting. It's the best content I've ever seen.
He's literally wearing a shirt that says his name.
Dude, this is insane. Like, we're literally in the middle of fucking downtown LA. I told him
11 months.
it's like a terrible place to try to pee.
Yes, we warned him. All the warnings were given. Okay. What? That's a perfect spot. Come on. Austin, right there.
It's perfect.
Austin, right there.
It's perfect. Austin.
Behind the tree.
Austin, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Right
there.
Just right there.
But there's a guy there though.
He's sweating.
Wait till he passes.
He's actually sweating.
Hey man, is there a place where this dude can pee? He's fucking dying. I'm sorry.
1 year anniversary of Trump getting voted.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, see, it's a bad place to piss,
Pee
right?
right there. He said to pee right there.
He did not.
Yeah.
You gonna give him confidence?
Okay, there he goes. Come on.
Oh shit. Thank you for going to shit camp. It was a blast to watching and enjoyed every second of it.
So fucking stupid.
God damn it, we gotta find another one. God, fuck. Who the fuck invented this shit? Adrenaline's pumping.
Damn it.
And now we're like so far.
Dude, I know.
off
I'm sorry. We got it. That's priority number one. Denny's, Sherry's. What have we got?
The irony is this fucking little detour made it so much harder for him to go pig.
3 months yo lol.
Like we were like 15 minutes out from the compound. So we could have just literally fucking waited. And I kept telling him that. And he was like, nope. I gotta go now. And he just fucked it up.
Let's see if this is
It's a local Pacific Northwest restaurant.
Right here.
This is prime pissing
Right
real
here,
estate.
right here, right here.
No, this is way too open.
There's
Okay,
stores.
there's stores. Okay. I'm gonna give me a 20 or something. Oh, there's a beer and wine. Oh, that definitely won't have a fucking. There's a bookstore. Fuck.
Austin,
my wallet.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. You need to understand the socioeconomic situation that you're surrounded with. It's not gonna be.
Oh.
14 months ago.
Gracie's Pizza.
Gracie's Pizza.
Gracie's Pizza.
Fuck yeah. Who wants a slice?
Fuck yeah.
Get out. Go.
Go. It's all right here, motherfucker.
Bring that pizza or don't come back at all.
Did you see XQC defending you the other day also looking good, Aja?
It's closed.
No fucking shots. Gracie's Pizza. It's closed.
Almost sure it's closed still here, WTF. Anyways, ass.
Okay.
Shaggy's hair salon. Get your hair cut. Get
Go.
your hair cut.
Cross the street. It's red.
Cross the street.
Feels strong, man. It's been 10 months.
Incredible.
I've read to be hot for great, but I
This
just
gives you 10
wanted
million
to say
people.
you are
This is the
great.
best thing I've ever seen in my
Austin
life.
tries to pace in downtown LA dies.
How is this still going?
Okay, you want to know what's funny?
You should adopt a kitten. It would 100%
We would be like 5
fit you
minutes
and
out.
your lifestyle.
Yeah.
If we stayed the course, we would be 5 minutes
I
out.
told you guys.
He must have found a place, right? He's not running down the street. We're good, yeah.
Oh, there's a bunch of open stores right here.
Yeah, Jeanette's Bras. Classic choice. All right.
Old Tinkle Tim adding half an hour to our ride.
Ugh.
Where does it come out of here?
What the fuck?
Ukrainian Cultural Center.
Dude, what the fuck was that, bro?
The drivers today are fucking on one, man.
I didn't have the money for this, but I just keep charging it smile.
Spectacles place.
It had to be one of the two,
Where
right?
the fuck are we right now?
Hey. That was amazing. I'm gonna send him $20 on Cash App.
14 month
Here,
down.
let me use the bathroom. What a chain of events. Oh, I feel like a new man. Let me just drink some water.
We unironically would have been like home by now.
No, we wouldn't. That
Yes,
was
we 100% would.
Love you, Hasan.
You're wrong, and that's okay.
But I didn't realize that guy was awesome. I'm gonna send him.
This is why I love Austin.
Yo.
He's such a fucking diva, dude. And like everything he does, like the most normal shit.
Sub baby XQCL.
The most normal situation where he just like has to pee turns into a chaotic mess.
Julian,
like out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
233 Goose, Julian 233.
He was just trying to be true bottom behavior. Yeah, everything, dude. Everything is panic. He just like panics and then makes all of the wrong decisions over in a sequence. And like every moment is chaotic.
$20 on Cash App. Did I even take his fucking...
All right, let's go home. And so ends the saga of Tickle Timmy.
Dude, that was a wonderful experience, dude.
That was pretty fun.
Why are we all still rewatching everything we saw live, not hating? Oh, you saw this happen live? That's crazy because no one was streaming this. That's wild that you saw this live because like this is directly shot from Myth's phone. That's wild. Are you in Myth's phone?
You said that gun range wasn't too far away. Thinking about heading back?
Hasan is actually, no cap. I don't know if you guys know this, but Hasan is like my dad. He's literally like my LA dad. Him and Will are like my gay fathers, and I'm their son. And I'm their fucking black adopted son. They've taken me under their wing, and they do a great job. It's for real, dude. I go out with them all the time. They give me tips and tricks about life. It's great, dude. It's great stuff.
It's true.
Hasan less.
We're a horrible influence on him.
Three months, let us go.
I'm gonna send him $20 on Cash App. Let me use the bathroom. What a chain of events. Oh, I feel like a new man. Let me just drink some of the water.
We unironically would have been like home by now.
No, we wouldn't.
I guess we 100%
No
would.
way.
You're wrong, and that's okay.
Look, I didn't realize. That guy was awesome. I'm gonna send him $20 on Cash App. Did I even take his fucking...
All right, let's go home. And so ends the saga of Tickle Timmy.
Dude, that was a wonderful experience, dude.
That was pretty fun.
Arjan.
Short Hogwatch clip from Budget Jordan Klepper. Oh yeah, I love these guys.
With Marxist Chinese, we have been infiltrated with Marxist Chinese communist propaganda. But now that we have,
can I see the hat for a second? So this says fuck Biden. That's awesome, and it's made in the what's PRC?
Not real sure.
PRC.
It ain't China though, so I'm feeling like that's a victory.
Yeah, PRC couldn't be People's Republic of China. So anyway, you were saying we're at war with China.
We're at war with China. We have been infiltrated.
It's a victory. He's right.
Has buff,
The
has
funniest
buff,
thing
has
is
buff,
like,
buff, has buff.
that proves the hog's point, brother. That China has infiltrated our hat manufacturers.
It's been a hell of a 12 months.
They've
Thank you for
infiltrated
helping me
our
find my true
t-shirt
self.
manufacturers.
Love you, Arjan, and chat always transgender pride.
That's right. They're making goddamn
Finally
everything.
got a break from college to watch the stream live again. Feels good. Less than 3 17-month strong baby.
Some might even say China's responsible for the top of the hour ad break, folks. Not Jeff Bezos, it's China. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. That's right. Now, of course, you no longer want to see them ad breaks. You want to have an ad-free broadcasting experience, no breaks whatsoever. You can subscribe. Now, you can do that for $5, or you can do that for free. With the Twitch Prime, that is.
Banana phone.
You can also use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. As long as you got motherfucking Amazon Prime. Have we seen the PC line is made for you yet, or are you waiting for the surprise? I've seen parts of it. It looks fucking insane. They're doing a fashion show with everything in your closet.
Dude, love you so much.
Okay, here's the outbreak now.
8 months of indoctrination and communist propaganda. The baby is coming soon, Arjan.
All right, we're done looking at like little fun shit. Let's do a little bit of hogwash, a little bit of politics, okay?
No.
You also have to turn the engine off first things first.
What is the reason for the stop, please?
So, Customs and Border Patrol are illegally searching citizens' vehicles after failing to justify their probable cause stop.
It's finally time to post up some bad takes.
And that's where we're at now. But this has been ongoing for a very long time.
You gotta turn your phone off.
No.
You also have to turn the engine off first things first.
No, I don't know what's going on.
You got to turn the phone off. No, he doesn't. Like, he literally does not. He doesn't have to do shit, actually. You can't do that. You can't just be like, yeah, sorry, you got to turn your phone off.
What's going on? I'm driving.
Okay.
Yes, I understand.
Right now, we have probable cause to believe that you're here for alien smuggling, which means before we pull you out of the vehicle, you need to turn the ignition off.
I do not want to be searched illegally. I'm driving. What is your probable cause for stopping me today, please?
I already explained that to you.
Now go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So I can do it again, but you're gonna need to stop talking so I can explain it to you. Okay?
Go ahead.
I also need you to put the phone down. So I'm not gonna. I don't agree to be recorded. So.
I don't agree with your recording. How about I don't agree with you fucking being a Nazi and also stopping someone randomly in the middle of the street because you think they're smuggling aliens. You're a public servant on a fucking highway. Like, who the fuck do you think you are, dude? You serve me, dumbass, not the other way around. Insane. How does that make her a Nazi? No, what makes her a Gestapo is that she's a part of the Customs and Border Patrol.
It's my First Amendment right.
It's not actually.
You
When there's probable cause of alien smuggling, we're allowed to actually pull you out of the car and search your vehicle.
Which leads me to believe that there is no probable cause.
No!
This is a normal interaction. Most people are
Yeah,
Sir,
most people are just like, hey man, we'd like to be on our way.
Can I explain? I have a right to be kind of concerned what's going on, okay?
Not really.
No. Okay, what's your badge number?
I don't have to tell you that.
Did you take an oath to the Constitution?
Yes, I did.
You know what? I don't think you did because you're not following the Constitution.
Oh my God. Dude, I love like First Amendment auditors, dude. I guess this is Fourth Amendment auditing. But like, you know, that's the libertarians jumping out. Motherfuckers wearing a "We're hiring" shirt. Wait, is that the Cobra from the G.I. Joe? He's literally wearing a Cobra "We're hiring" shirt, dude. This motherfucker is self-aware. This guy literally is like, yeah, no, I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. Like, in the story, in my own universe, I'm a bad guy.
2 months, WTF is wrong with me.
That's awesome, dude. He's like, yeah, I like the Nazis. The Nazis. They're the good ones in the story, in my world.
How do you figure?
What's your reason for stopping me, sir?
We have reason to believe that you might be here to smuggle.
Smuggle.
You're not from. You're coming down from Orange County. You're.
Do I have the reason to? Do I have the right to travel?
Yes.
Yes. So why am I being stopped?
Because.
Articulate the probable cause. You guys want to laugh. Look at you. You're laughing. You can't even articulate it. 5 of you surrounding me. I'm gonna get anxiety a bit, okay?
We're just asking questions.
Yeah, it's CBD, sir.
We're doing our job. That's what
No, you're not.
Well, that's why you're.
Do you see that the fence right there? We're patrolling the border.
Yes, sir.
Right here at the border.
No. You guys followed me. You followed me for what did you pull me over for? You cannot articulate it. You cannot unless you have a warrant. But you guys are gonna bypass it by getting a K9 and then having the K9.
This guy's overreaction is a bitch cringe too. What?
Time to
Are you insane?
I should.
If anything, he's being like super cordial with a bunch of fucking sick freaks that have stopped him and are violating the law. Know your fucking rights, chatter. You don't need to be brutalized by these fucking dipshits. Like, they're not doing anything that is appropriate or correct. That guy in the car is 100% correct.
False alert. You think I'm f***ing dumb? I'm not dumb.
Eventually, a K9 unit arrives on scene.
Do you give me permission to run my dog on your vehicle?
No, I don't. But either way, you're gonna do it. So that's.
Yeah, either way I am. That's why I'm asking you for permission.
Yes.
Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, if my dog alerts to your vehicle, you will be stepping out of your vehicle because at that point I have probable cause to search your entire vehicle.
But you have.
I love having a bunch of like armed paramilitaries of hogs that have dogs that can like, you know, on command make it seem like there's probable cause to enter your vehicle. I love having those guys rob you of your freedom and like go through all of your shit. Wonderful country that we live in. Hey, by the way, guys, I would like to remind you that we live in the freest fucking nation, right? I mean, this ain't communist China, brother. Remember, like we talked with the other guy who's like, yeah, PRC, they fucking suck. Wait. Freest nation on the fucking planet, dude. Wonderful. It's great. I love the freedom to just like have these fucking undertrained, incredibly well armed hog paramilitaries. What's the problem with having your car searched? That is an insane question, dude. What do you mean? What's the problem with having random fuckbags going through your shit? Dude, this is the type of shit that makes me so mad. It's like, I thought this was America. Like, literally, this is one of those moments where it's like, I thought this was America, where the government can't just like look through your shit for no reason. Isn't that the theory of American freedom?
This white dude said what now?
No probable cause to pull me over in the first place. Yes, you do.
No, you
yes,
don't.
you do. In the state of California, you do.
To pull you over, sir.
You got the K9 right there.
It's not paramilitary. Quit trying to liken it to Sarajevo or some shit. It's U.S. border control agents. Dumbass. Functionally, they are a military, a paramilitary, or a military. It doesn't matter. Okay? They're heavily armed military members then. Like, putting a different kind of seasoning or spin on it doesn't change the reality that these are well-armed. This is a formation of incredibly well-armed people who can fucking kill you and get away with it, okay?
Like 10 months ago I was sad, now I am less sad.
Okay.
What'd you do? You pointed to it. Your dog did not alert.
Sat before I...
You motherfucking liar, dude. You're fucking scumbag.
Luca, you Weasley little liar, dude. He's right. Oh, for the record, I know people who train fucking K9 units for civilian contracts. And yes, you can 100% train them, and police do, to just fucking get them to alert. If they feel as though the car is like sus, they can make the dog literally fucking jump up. If you are unaware of this reality, just know had a canine unit alert on my mom's car when we were road tripping, and the dog alerted and ate my fucking chicken nuggets at a border stop.
Not gonna get me with that top of the hour ad break.
Oh, that's awesome. You didn't even pronounce Sarajevo correctly? Okay. So what? That doesn't change the reality that I'm still right. Imagine getting fucking absolutely... He's being obnoxious and unreasonable. How is he right? He's not paramilitary. Quick. Oh, God. Hans rot, more like brain rot. This is what I was missing, dude. I missed this. Like, just like idiotic fucking bootlickers of the American military and American Gestapo agents. You didn't even pronounce it correctly. Okay.
That COVID-19 got that vaccine and that 5G
I guess that changes everything. I guess they could just like fucking eradicate your Fourth Amendment rights, right? Listen, maybe you're from a pussy-ass communist country, okay? Like, I don't know, some European fucking nation where they can just do this kind of shit, but they really can't actually, as a matter of fact. But like, we live in America, okay? Goddamn commie bastard coming in here talking about eradicating our fucking liberties, our freedoms, our fucking constitution.
17 months.
Suck my dick. How about that? Dumb bitch. Don't make me fucking ban you. Don't make me purge you from this chat like Border Patrol.
Alleges that his phone was grabbed from his possession and the agent searched his vehicle, finding nothing. While in cuffs, he was allegedly threatened with arrest for his CBD cigarettes, which are legal in the state of California. Luke hasn't received any information or cooperation pertaining to why he was pulled over in the first place or for the release of the footage.
But why would I pull out my phone and record instead of just shut the fuck up and be a human being instead of a fucking Karen? Because that person is not a cuck, whereas you are. You're a cuck. And maybe you're into it, so I'm not gonna fucking kink shame you. Okay? Maybe you like watching someone fuck your significant other. You know? Maybe you want to put a little fucking chastity belt on. Maybe you want to put a little bit of one of those like little baby fucking cages on your penis.
14
that hurts when you get hard. Okay? Maybe that's what you like. Me, on the other hand, I think I believe what this guy's doing is the smart thing. You should always film cops. Always. Imagine being like, why are you filming one of the most like abusive fucking groups illegally violate the Constitution and your Fourth Amendment rights? Like, just completely eradicate that with an improper search and maybe even seizure. You are filth if you legitimately think that like what this guy's doing is wrong here.
You're my favorite Twitch donkey. Yee.
Right now, we have probable cause to believe that you're here for alien smuggling, which means before we pull you out of the vehicle, you need to turn the ignition off. You're gonna need to stop talking so I can explain it to you.
How's it going?
How's it going?
How can I help you guys?
This guy's definitely a First Amendment author. This dude's definitely a libertarian.
What is the reason for the stop, please?
You gotta turn your phone off.
No.
You also have to turn the engine off first things first.
No, I don't know what's going on. I'm driving.
Okay.
Yes, I understand.
Right now, we have probable cause to believe that you're here for.
I still love her and can't get her.
Have you had bad experiences with cops so far?
Snapchat. Thanks
never on camera, but yes, I've had plenty of bad experiences with cops.
Need some love, chatters. Kato 102 in chat. Hassle. A cob.
for alien smuggling, which means before we pull you out of the vehicle, you need to turn the ignition off.
What Agent Ryan said that is most concerning is, quote, "We have probable cause to believe you're here for alien smuggling. Reasonable articulable suspicion is discussed often on this channel, but probable cause is an entirely different animal. Probable cause is central to the Fourth Amendment, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. The Fourth Amendment doesn't define probable cause, but today we know it to be the standard by which police have reason to arrest or search a suspected criminal, or acquire a search warrant. The principle behind probable cause was to limit the power of authorities to perform random or abusive searches and to promote lawful evidence gathering. No warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation. An oath is a promise to a deity, and an affirmation is a pledge on one's personal honor. In claiming that she has probable cause, Agent Ryan is declaring that before her God and on her personal honor, she has enough evidence to arrest or search.
What is that? Did I just get raided? Pago Pullum raid? Thank you, Pago Pullum. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good time in California.
To be violated by the hogs.
Hope I was able to, you know, show you boys a good time. I don't know if you're watching right now, but safe travels. And I will be kidnapping you next time
They're
you
not looking to plant drugs, chat. They're looking to seize cash and property.
are in Los Angeles. Hasan?
1 year of brain rot, Pog.
Paul run. Thank you for the fat raid. NMP law. NMP. LOL. I think Paulimism is the only way to save this country. He said you offered him to stay for free. Oh, 100%. I would love for him to, you know, come chill, stay with me for free. So let me describe something to you guys, okay? Let me describe something to you guys. So right now we're watching Border Patrol agents get fucking owned by some dude because they are like improperly stopping this guy because they think he's like smuggling illegal aliens, according to the Border Patrol agent.
We did it.
He told us we have to pay to breathe near you. Yeah, that's true.
Whoa, whoa.
Not only can these guys do this, by the way, in the end he got owned illegally, yeah. Not only can these guys do this, but you might be wondering, like, what the fuck? They're not on the border. Well, it's because, according to the ACLU, all the way inland from any American border or sea line, all the way up to 100 miles inland, which is like fucking nearly the entirety of the country, is what is known as Constitution-free zones, where Customs and Border Patrol can operate. Not true? That's literally fucking true.
Hell yeah.
What do you mean not true? That's absolutely true. Here, dude. I mean, look, there's this right here. Nearly 2 out of 3 people live within the 100-mile border zone. This
16 months.
This captures the majority of American citizens. They're called the Constitution-free zones.
Hello, it is me, the silent viewer that rarely chats and mostly watches at HasanAbi on 1-hour YouTube videos from clip channels less than 3.
All of Florida, all of Hawaii, yeah.
17 months of my favorite
where
parasocial
the Fourth Amendment and like the U.S. Constitution basically does not protect you. Not laughing at Ohio now, are you? Yeah, bro, Ohio is so bunk that like even the fucking CBP's like, yeah, we don't give a fuck. We don't want to, we're not going to operate there. This is how Trump was able to fucking send the federales over to fucking Portland and beat people's asses when he was president. Absolutely psychotic shit, dude. This is unhinged. Freest nation on the planet, by the way, remember.
Luke, for alien smuggling. Let's see how this pans out.
Smuggling.
Wait.
Can you turn off the engine, please?
Yes, sir. I don't have anything to smuggle.
Okay.
I don't know what
He's on the dash.
At least turn off the engine.
No. Stop. This is my constitutional right. No, sir.
Constitutional right
No.
over officer safety.
This is not. No.
Need to be turned off.
This is my constitutional right.
You can still have to.
I have the
No. He's pretty funny. No. This is my constitutional right. I mean, he's right. He's literally right. Fuck those cops. I mean, they're being pigs. Like they are. They're pig fuckers, and they're behaving exactly like the pigs that they fucking are.
Constitution in my dash. I will. I will.
Any of that stuff.
Look.
Want the engine turned off and we'll go.
Yes, sir. It's off.
Okay. Thank you.
But he's being a baby. I don't give a fuck. He could literally be like, he could literally turn around and be like, fuck you, you pig fucking piece of shit. I will not be doing any of that until you give me fucking probable cause. Like, it doesn't matter that he's being a baby. He's right. And they're fucking insanely wrong. And it's a gigantic violation of like a fundamental right that is protected by the Constitution. Like, it's not even that they're wrong on like some fucking minor disagreement. Like what they're doing should be illegal and is kind of illegal, but technically they get away with it.
Not a good look, sweaty.
So filming cops doing shit like this and also shitting on them is the goddamn American thing to do. I don't give a fuck that he's being cringe.
Hassle.
Like, considering this to be a Karen moment is ridiculous. Karens love cops. That's why they call the cops on... Often they actually call cops. Or sometimes they call the cops of retail managers.
This is my constitutional right. I do not want to be searched illegally. I'm driving. What is your probable cause for stopping me today, please?
I already explained that to you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So
Come on.
I can do it again, but you're gonna need to stop talking so I can explain it to you.
Go ahead.
I also need you to put the phone down. So I'm not gonna. I don't agree to be recorded.
Look at her. I can see. I don't agree with your recording. Okay, well, guess what, dumbass? Doesn't fucking matter. You're a public servant. Okay, sucks to suck. Suck my fucking dick. Dumb motherfucker. It doesn't matter if you don't fucking agree with this. Like, where's your fucking body cam? Oh, wait. You don't need to have one. That's great, dude. Love that, by the way. Love that for the federales, dude. So sick.
Hassle.
Greatest nation on earth. Freest nation on earth. I just want to remind everybody. Freest nation on earth, by the way.
This is my First Amendment right.
It's not, actually.
You literally is. It is. She's lying. Again. It absolutely 100% without a shred of doubt. If you have any sort of fucking, if you have any sort of like qualms with this, he is 100% in the right. She's 100% in the wrong. She's just lying to him now.
Probable cause of alien smuggling, we're allowed to actually pull you out of the car and search your vehicle.
What are you going to find? I have nothing to be wary
It's
of.
weird that you're trying to be so evasive, though.
No.
This isn't a normal interaction. Most people are...
Why are you being evasive? I don't know. Because my car is surrounded by a bunch of fucking hopped up hogs with guns. And they're trying to get into my car. And they could legally seize my car. And I don't want any of these things, and I want to go home. Perhaps that might have something to do with the fact that, like, I am uncomfortable by that.
Stunlocked for 1 more month.
People are just like, hey man, we'd like to be on our way.
Can I explain?
It's best to never explain anything to law enforcement. At this point, they've clearly made up their minds that they will do what they came to do, and anything you say will only be used against you. As an example, Luke asked what their probable cause is, as probable cause should be clear and defined, but not a single agent on scene has offered Luke any probable cause by oath or affirmation. Instead, they claim that they've already told him and that most people are nice, and allow the Border Patrol agents to perform warrantless searches and seizures.
You're gonna need to stop talking so I can explain it to you.
Go ahead.
I also need you to put the phone down. So I'm not gonna...
Bro, why is he not saying, okay, you can search my fucking car and then I can go home and peach? Like, I don't get it, man. Just let them search the car and go home and sleep and jerk off. That's insane to me, dude. That is so fucking cucked. That is like incredibly cucked. What the I mean, look, I just got raided by Nick, so I don't know, but like, what kind of fucking bullshit is this? Yeah, bro, just, you know, fuck me up, dude. Hey, who cares? Americans literally love fancying themselves as, like, you know, big burly libertarians. Like, yeah, I need my AR-15 so I can fight against government tyranny. And then the first sight of a fucking cop being like, I'm gonna violate you. I'm gonna violate your personal space. I'm gonna violate you personally. They're like, okay, please do it, officer. I'm so sorry. Please come and fuck my shit up, please, officer.
All right.
The fuck is this, dude? Insanity. How are you gonna let these fucking sick freaks trample on your fucking rights?
I don't agree to be recorded, so...
This is my First Amendment right.
It's not, actually.
No!
This isn't a normal interaction. Most people are...
Yeah, most people are just like, hey man, we'd like to be on our way.
Can I explain?
Next, they'll threaten him with a multiple-hour detainment for not allowing them to search his trunk. But if they had probable cause, all they had to do was arrest him and force the search.
When there's probable cause of alien smuggling, we're allowed to actually pull you out of the car and search your vehicle.
Which leads me to believe that there is no probable cause for the now 5 agents to be on scene.
I'm driving down here. I'm from Orange County.
Okay.
I'm just searching. I'm checking out the area.
So you got anything in your trunk?
No, I do not.
Okay, so we can look in it?
No, you cannot. That's my Fourth Amendment right.
K9, which means you're gonna have to stay here for a couple hours.
Which is fine. I have nothing to be...
Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. Look at that. This shit disgusts me, dude. Like, she knows what she's doing. She's trying to fucking intimidate and bully him into submission. Like, yeah, you're gonna have to wait a couple hours. Like, we're gonna fuck your day up. If you don't let us go through your shit, we'll fuck your day up. You're gonna have to sit here for a couple hours. And that's what's, like, disgusting about this entire process. Like, this is for no good reason. Nothing. Like, there's no reason for them to do this. And they're here, in the words of like XQC, dude, they're power gaming, dude. They're taking the long way to the precinct, dude, after they arrest them, dude. And it's ruining the juice, dude. No more content, dude. I hate sitting in the back of the police car, dude.
Worried about? You guys are absolutely... Sir, what's your name? Look, my name's Luke. I'm not here to steal anything.
Okay.
I think you're overreacting.
I think you're the one overreacting. Everyone here is just talking to you normally, and you're raising your voice.
Sir, you came at me with guns. You have 3 vehicles.
Guns? There's no guns.
You have 3 vehicles. You got a gun on your hip.
I have a gun on my hip. That's preposterous.
I have a right to be kind of concerned what's going on, okay?
Not really.
No.
Like it's so normal to him. He's like, yeah, of course I have a gun on my hip. It's preposterous. Like, yeah, totally, dude. No, it's totally normal. How about I have a gun on my hip? How about I have a gun on my hip and I walk up to you? How will you feel? You have no gun. I have the gun. I walk up to you with a bunch of my homies and I stop you. Do you feel good about that? Probably not. Like, these guys are so insane. It's just like, Nah, it's just normal, man. It's just fucking normal shit. I'm just wearing my fucking Cobra tee because I recognize that I'm the bad guy. That I am a literal fucking Nazi piece of shit.
Like, I got these 3 guys. 4-1. Sir, what's your name again?
Like, if you turned around and told this cop, how would you feel if me and my fucking friends that all had fucking guns stopped you and you had no guns? How would you feel? He would say that is a threat, and they would arrest him for threatening for obstruction of justice, threatening a fucking peace officer, all this other shit. 1000%.
Okay, what's your badge number?
I don't have to tell you that.
Okay.
So what are you doing? What are you here for? Like I said, this is really, it's a basic, simple thing here. I mean, I don't see.
No.
Why are you drawing the Nazi card all the time? Dog, he's literally a Gestapo agent who's wearing a fucking the t-shirt of the Cobra. Like, this is they are the Nazis in the G.I. Joe universe. I don't know what you want me to show. Like, he's literally wearing a t-shirt. He's wearing a t-shirt of like. He's wearing a t-shirt that is like tailored off of the SS. They are the bad guys. I think he recognizes that. Bro, he likes the TV show. He's a Nazi. No, I mean, I think it's fitting that he's wearing that. Okay. But the real reason the t-shirt thing isn't that deep. I know. I just think it's fitting in the situation, considering that they're Customs and Border Patrol. Okay. God damn, dude.
33.
No, so you guys are going to try and antagonize me to give in to search my vehicle. I got nothing to be worried about.
You have the right to refuse the search of the vehicle. Look, but we have the right to call a canine.
Yes, sir, you do. I'm going to reach into this. You can watch. It's my Constitution in my glove box.
Well, I don't need your Constitution. I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested.
You don't want to see my Constitution?
No, I do not need to see that. That is not.
Did you take an oath to the Constitution?
Yes, I did.
You know what? I don't think you did, because you're not following the Constitution.
How do you figure?
What's your reason for stopping me, sir?
We have reason to believe that you might be here to smuggle.
Smuggle?
You're not from. You're coming down from Orange County.
Do I have the reason to? Do I have the right to travel?
Yes.
Yes. So why am I being stopped?
Because.
Articulate the probable cause. You guys want to laugh? Look at you. You're laughing. You can't even articulate it.
No, you're not.
And I have a reason to be
yelling.
I have a reason to be angry.
No, you don't.
Cannot articulate a suspicion for traveling down here. Articulate it.
Does not act the way you do.
Okay,
a reasonable person, the way you're acting is not the way a normal person acts in a vehicle.
Look, sir, there's 5 of you surrounding me.
He's literally correct. He's like 100,000% in the right. And they're looking in. He has like CBD cigarettes or something on his fucking front seat, and they're going to pop him for it. And that's the point, chatters. You can't fuck with cops because they will always find a way. Well, first of all, they'll violate the law. And then in the most like rule-breaking way, they can take something that is technically legal and still fucking seize your assets, search your fucking shit completely. Like, none of the rules apply to them. And all you motherfuckers that get mad at like Amaranth for teetering along the lines with our like hot tub streams or whatever have no fucking problem with cops doing this with your and your daddy's life. Okay?
New Andy.
Like, people get mad at rule breakers, right? But for some weird reason, when cops do it, you just like don't even think about it. Weird ass analogy. It's not a weird ass analogy. There's hella people who literally are just like, I get really mad at the hypocrisy. I get mad at the hypocrisy. It's like, okay, you don't like people that are like consistently skirting around the rules. You don't like people that are metagaming, I guess. So why the fuck do you allow cops to metagame this or power game this way? Especially when the stakes are much higher. When cops are power gaming like this, chat, my chatters, remember, I got raided by Nick. We just did shit camp. I'm speaking to a broader audience right now using analogies that they might understand, okay? So shut the fuck up. If you've been in here for like fucking 4 years, yeah, this is not for you. So shut your stupid mouth for a second and let other people learn. Okay?
I'm gonna get anxiety a bit, okay?
Just everyone calm down. We're just talking to you. We're just asking questions.
Yeah, it's CBD, sir. It's CBD. It's CBD. Look at that. Here, oh, I'm gonna roll down the window, okay? I'm gonna roll down the window. Look.
Yeah, you can roll down the window all you want. We can look in your vehicle.
No, you can't.
Being detained
yeah, we can look in your vehicle.
Look, sir.
For an investigative detention.
Look,
as
sir.
long as we can come to the fact
CBD,
that you're not committing a crime.
No THC.
There's no THC.
No, sir, there's not, okay?
He has them out right now, unless he put them back in.
No, sir, my keys are right here. My keys are gonna stay on my hip. Look, there's nothing on me. I don't have any will tension. Look, there's a knife right here. I'm not gonna reach for it.
That's good. Please don't.
I'm not. My hands are up.
Are there any other weapons right there?
No, sir, there's not.
Fine. That's cool.
He's got enough! Does he have to do any of this? The reason why he's doing all of this is because like he wants to fucking let him, have him let him go.
Sit tight. We got a canine unit. We're gonna
yes, sir.
do a quick sniff on your vehicle and then
yeah, no,
there, right?
that's how it goes. I get it. You have the right to call canine in, but I'm just here.
This chatter is correct. For the chatters that don't understand, like probable cause just can't be like, we think you're sussy. We think you vented. Like you're a sussy little baka. Probable cause means that like there's a report out there. There's a fucking there's a report out there for this exact make, model, vehicle. You know what I mean? Like something. You can't just be like, oh man, I think you're sus, dude. Like I think your complexion implies that you're fucking gonna go and smuggle in some immigrants. And the canine unit is just a way for them to basically fucking bully you into submission, because canine units notoriously are trained to go off of specific maneuvers to make it seem like there's some shit in the car even when there is nothing in the car.
I'm exploring pretty much is what I'm doing, and you guys are making a fool out of yourselves because I'm not doing anything wrong.
We're doing our job. That's what
no, you're not.
Well, that's why you're.
Do you see the fence right there? We're patrolling the border.
Yes, sir.
We're right here at the border.
No. You guys followed me. You followed me for what did you pull me over for? You cannot articulate it.
No, we already.
You think I'm just a dumb kid? I'm not. I'm no fool, dude. I am no fool. You cannot pull me over like this, and you cannot even articulate why you pulled me over.
Have articulated.
No, sir, you have not.
Yes.
Because I'm traveling. And I'm driving with a backwards hat. I'm driving 40 miles per hour. You think I'm smuggling? I'm a white Caucasian male. What am I gonna smuggle?
Black people smuggle? Is that what you're saying? Are you racist?
Oh, fucking on! Damn! Yo, I'm the woke cop. Hey, what's up? You're going to racism court. That's right. Hey, what's happening? I'm a fucking cop who's woke. Yup. I can't believe she was like, did you get your race card?
Here we go.
Confused.
We have a Karen right here.
Yes, you're looking at it right in your selfie reflection.
Yep.
Oh, fucking double own! Bro, she's popping off! She's popping off, dude! Fuck! Oh! You're looking at it right in the fucking mirror, dude. Oh, she just sucks so bad. What a loser. What a fucking gigantic loser this person is, dude. She like thinks she's clapping back so hard. She's like, I'm fucking popping off right now. That's like, she's gonna be showering later and she's gonna be like, I really fucked that dude's day up. Like, I fucking murdered him.
All right, here's the skinny.
What is wrong with you guys? No, seriously, this is why people. This is why people hate cops. This is why people hate cops, and I don't hate cops. But, you know...
You should, by the way, you fucking big libertarian pussy. Of course he doesn't hate cops.
You guys pull people over for no reason. You cannot articulate why you pulled me over. And you guys want to search my car for what reason? What reason? You guys think I'm stupid, huh? I have the 4th Amendment right. My Constitution's in my glove box. I have the 1st Amendment.
Dude, of course he has a Constitution in his glove box. Dude, these guys are such nerds, too. It's so funny. I fucking love... I love libertarian First Amendment auditors, man. They're such... Like, they're the most, like, rule-abiding rule breakers on the planet. They love just, like, being narcs for the rules.
Right? The 4th, search and seizures. You cannot...
I hate Twitch streamers. I'm no big libertarian pussy. Fuck Twitch streamers. Bro, I hate them, too. Fuck Twitch streamers. Straight up.
Unless you have a warrant. But you guys are gonna bypass it by getting a K9 and then having the K9 false alert. You think I'm f***ing dumb? I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb, okay?
K9 does not false alert, but
if that K9 false alerts and you guys find nothing, that K9
the K9 does not false alert. They false alert the majority of times. Like, that is a lie. Not only do they false alert on accident, but they are literally trained to false alert. That is a fucking absolute lie, dude. Eliminating police bias when handling drug sniffing dogs. It's just, it's a way to bypass a fucking search warrant. That's all this is. It's so nasty. They're pulling the fucking whole Monty on them.
Should be taken out of service, okay? I'm just gonna put my chair back. I'm just gonna relax.
Yeah, don't do anything.
No, I'm just gonna relax. I got nothing to be worried about, man.
Eventually, a K9 unit arrives on scene.
How's it going, sir? What's your name?
Very good. Agent on the left.
Just, sir.
Sir.
My name.
Yeah, in the first 9 months of 2011, dogs alerted and police searched 14,000 times. A false alert rate of 80%. Those results, they say, are surprisingly consistent. In 2010, the false alert rate was 74%. There was a false alert in this video.
My name's Luke.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Luke. All right, so here's what's going on today.
Yes,
These individuals pulled you over.
Yes, correct.
Okay? So what I'm here for is I'm a canine handler. I have a dog.
Okay, fair enough.
My dog is trained to sniff.
Bitch.
Love
you fucking bitch. You big bitch. My dog is here to fucking completely override any sort of like search warrant that we would have to go get from a court of law and like totally just like fuck your day up and, you know, gather additional bullshit fucking inadmissible in court causes to fuck your day up further, maybe even take your car away, you know, stop you from going to work. You know, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here to do. And I'm going to do the most disgusting thing here, and that is like use a wonderful, beautiful dog to do this a horrible thing.
Smell cocaine, heroin, marijuana, methamphetamine.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, why do they fucking search marijuana? It's legal. Suck my dick.
And ecstasy.
Yes, sir.
Concealed individuals.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My only question at this point is, what does a concealed individual smell like?
Do you have any of that in your vehicle today?
No, sir, I do not.
None of that whatsoever?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, do I have permission to run my dog on your vehicle?
I can't say no to that. I mean...
Yes, you can. Do you give me permission to run my dog on your vehicle?
No, I don't, but either way you're going to do it, so that's...
Yeah, either way I am. That's why I'm asking you for permission.
Yes, but no, I don't.
I'm going to run my dog around your vehicle.
Go for it.
Okay. Do you want to exit your vehicle?
No, I want to stay in my vehicle because this is like my home. This is my vehicle. I do not want to get out.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, if my dog alerts to your vehicle, you will be stepping out of your vehicle because at that point I have probable cause to search your entire vehicle.
But you have no probable cause to pull me over in the first place.
Probable cause
yes,
to pull
you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. In the state of California, you do.
To pull you over, sir. That is all we need.
Can you articulate it?
I don't need to articulate it.
You have to articulate it.
I'm not the one who pulled you over.
Then get the guy who pulled me over and have him articulate why he pulled me over, because this is unconstitutional.
It's not unconstitutional.
You think I'm just a dumb kid, don't you? You think I'm just a fool?
As a matter of fact.
No,
say that
my Constitution's right in my glove box, right there. You want to read the 4th Amendment?
No, I don't.
Where in the Constitution does it say that we have to give you the reason we pulled you over? I never see that.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I never seen that in the Constitution where it says where we have to right now at this point in time tell you why you pulled you over. We'll explain everything to you once we're done running the canine sniff.
Look at this. We got 1, 2, 3.
He's literally, they're just lying to him. Actually, I don't know if they're lying to him or if they're just fucking stupid. They probably are just fucking stupid. They're stupid and they've never been like told no. You know what I mean?
6 cars, you know, and I got a canine. This is just crazy. Got the canine right there. And you back these guys up?
Hoggy Woggy Twitch removed this sub notice from my Hoggy.
What a nightmare, dude. What an absolute fucking nightmare. Just like group of dudes with fucking guns. They're just bullying you with their weapons in hand. They can take your car away. They can take your life away. And not even go to jail for it. None of them are wearing fucking body cameras. It's over.
How can you feel good about yourself, huh?
It's over. Look, it's done. He already went in.
How can you feel good?
Watch. Look at the tap.
Good about yourself, huh?
That's crazy, man. Oh, what? Look at that, dude. That's so wild.
I'm still mad that stupid canine unit.
That's wild. That you know.
How can you feel good about yourself?
What was he doing there? What the fuck was he doing there? He was just probably like. Oh, that's wild, dude. I mean, what he's doing here is the same as planting evidence.
I love it here. This community is fantastic.
What he's doing there is creating a situation so that the fucking dog will literally jump into the car, like give the signal that he's alerted, so that they can search his car now.
At HasanAbi 1.
Are you sure about that? Dude, literally talk to a single fucking canine trainer, okay? I've talked to plenty that work in the civilian sector. It is absolutely a thing you can do, and it is absolutely a thing that they do. That's precisely why there's a fucking 80% false, there's a 80% fucking false alert
working weekend
on canine units. It's not an accident. It's not because they're just like really fucking bad. It's because they use that to completely fucking avoid having anything reasonable to stop you, and then still search your fucking to still search your car.
How can you feel good about yourself?
Like, what do you think he's doing there?
Huh?
Where is it? In there? Okay.
What'd you do? Dude, that was fucking bull. You pointed to it. Your dog did not alert.
Sat before I.
You motherfucking liar, dude. You're
Even he caught it. Yeah. Oh, what was that, dude? Oh, there? That's crazy, man. What's so bad about searching your car if you have nothing in your car? It doesn't matter, dude. It's the fucking principle. Are you insane? Plus, he has like legal shit in his car that they're going to use against him right now, that they're already using against him. That's not the fucking point. The government can't do this to you, man. Y'all are such fucking dumbass cucks. I swear to God. You are literally the reason why the government can fucking spy on all of us in this goddamn surveillance state. You're like, oh, I don't give a fuck. The government can just like look at everything I do. I don't give a shit.
Bag. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll step out.
Get your hands up. That away for.
The canine clearly alerted to Luke being in the vehicle, and somehow they can legally pass that off as a hit for a concealed person. At this point, Luke alleges that his phone was grabbed from his possession and the agent searched his vehicle, finding nothing. While in cuffs, he was allegedly threatened with arrest for his CBD cigarettes, which are legal in the state of California. They then allegedly offered to let him go if he unlocked his phone and allowed them to view the pictures he had been taking of the railroad tracks and abandoned buildings. He refused the offer, and instead of arresting him, they ripped up his cigarettes and let him go. I say allegedly because Luke submitted a FOIA request for the dash cam and other footage on July 15th. The website claims that it would be ready by August 13th, and that time has come and passed. Luke hasn't received any information or cooperation pertaining to why he was pulled over in the first place or for the release of the footage. If the CBP ever decides to do the right thing and release the records requested, I will be sure to update you all. Luke does not have a lawyer yet, but if you would like to help him with this case, please email me and I will get you in contact with him.
You motherfucking liar, dude. You're scumbag.
Thanks for watching. If you have a video you...
All cops are bastards, all cops are bastards, all cops are bastards, all cops are bastards.
Yeah, they know they fucked up, so they were trying to delete the video. It's just like, it's just cop things, boys. Come on, it's just hog things. Yeah, canine units make me honestly reconsider. Like, when I see fucking canine units, when I see canine units like this, I do unironically go, cats might be better. Because, like, you can't get a cat to do shit like that ever, you know what I mean? No matter how hard you fucking try, the cat is never doing that.
Longest relationship.
You will never get a cat to do that shit. I mean, cats behave like cops. They really do. They're prone to violent outbursts. They are completely fucking irrational. Okay? Like, they live the most ANCAP lifestyle you can live. They do bird genocide everywhere they go. So all cats are cops, but at least they're not cops for the government. You know what I mean? All cats are cops, just not cops for the government. They're just cops for themselves, for like other cats. They don't give enough of a shit. Bro, I gotta show you guys something. This is crazy to me. Let's look at...
Yo.
Hold on. Let's look at something here. I gotta show you guys some shit. This is wild, okay? I'm sorry, but this is legal Viewbotting.
Thanks for making
That's crazy. The top Twitch channel right now is Fextralife. Let's look at their fucking chat. 100,000 people in the chat right now. Look at their chat speed. Look at my chat speed.
This guy should have just complied. Just like complying to the top of the hour ad breaks pogo tomato time. Pog. K10 greater than K9.
They have embeds on their FAQ website. So when you click on the Fextralife website, you automatically are watching the stream. Tell me how that's not a legal Viewbot. That's nuts to me, dude. That's the top channel right now on Twitch. The top channel right now on Twitch with 100,000 viewers is just like a legal Viewbot channel. That's crazy. Anyway, that's annoying, but what are you gonna do? It is what it is. It's been the top channel for the past week, yeah. Now, of course, the reason why Fextralife is at the top is not just because of the legal Viewbotting, but also because it's not just because of the legal Viewbotting. They also have drops right now, which is kind of like a viewbot, actually jealous. You're such a fucking brain dead baboon, dude, if you think that. I don't play video games, but there are many who do. And when you have a fucking one of the top channels be a fucking legal viewbot channel, you're unironically cucking real fucking viewers from the top of the directory, like real fucking streamers. You get that, right? It's no skin off my bones. And that's so stupid. Some of you, like, if you heard XQC say this, you'd be like, Poggers, XQCL, my juicer is so right. But because I'm the one saying it, you immediately want to be contrarian and you go, you must be jealous. And that's fucking moronic. Have convictions, okay? Don't get cucked by your own personal hatred for me into, you know, changing your fucking point of view on an issue. Be a fucking human being with a brain. You wish to...
Ayan. 1 year ago you radicalized me. Thank you.
Someone said you wish to have those viewers so you can run ads every 5 minutes. I've had more viewers than that. I've had double... I had 2.5 times the viewers of that. And I wasn't running ads for every 5 minutes.
Non-cookable.
Anyway.
Yo.
I get annoyed at that. Ludwig pointed out too.
If you look up, you know, for example, let's say Dark Souls Guide. They have a wiki. And every single wiki page has the stream embedded inside of the wiki page, so it counts as a view.
Yeah.
Not only that, but every single server that houses the website, I think, counts as a view as well for every page they have, which is an insane amount of pages. Which, you know what, like, I don't know if it's illegal. I don't know if it's allowed with TOS, but I'm just saying that this is eating up. It's not a good thing for Twitch because it's eating up all the New World viewers because they're all going to Fextralife instead of to, like, you know, the smaller streamers lower in with drops who provide, like, pretty entertaining content.
Only 5 months to go. Kekwa view Hasan Hassel.
If you look up
instead of Shroud, it's not just Shroud, dude. That's really stupid. Saying instead of Shroud is stupid. Stole your hat and your take? Yeah, this has been a thing on Twitch for a very long time.
Kappa.
Anyway. Now that Ludwig said it, it's more convincing. Yeah, I agree.
Poggers.
Fextralife gets 30k viewers on the regular. You are actually jealous? No, that's what I mean. They don't actually have 30k viewers on the regular. They only have 30k viewers because they have embeds. You signed a deal with Bezos too. You want to be socialist? You fucking owned me, dude. I sure did. You know what that deal consists of? An ad break at the top of the hour. Now, that guy is 100% going to see the ad, right? Because he's not going to subscribe. But if you subscribe and not be like that guy, well, you will avoid seeing those ads at the top of the hour. If you subscribe for $5 or if you subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime if you have one, you will no longer see the ads and you'll have an ad-free broadcasting experience. If you don't want to do that, you can also use an ad block or a VPN. Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account that you have connected to your Twitch account.
Don't come here for ACL, please.
Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Again, I keep going back to that one point, which is it doesn't really matter what the facts are anymore. It does. As an example, today was, now I'm kind of bouncing around a little bit, but today was hearings up on the Hill. The Senate Armed Services Committee was holding hearings. So who did they have? They had Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. They had CENTCOM Commander General McKenzie, great guy. They had the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley. So they all, to the last one, said, yes, we were advising the president that,
You're also doing the same as Fextralife? Yeah. Yeah. It's the most popular website on the planet and totally not just a meme website. So you're correct. And that's why my fucking 37K chat. That's why my 37K chat is, how do you see the actives? Like the active viewership. This is like literally one of the fastest chats on the fucking website in general. I'm not going to do it on, hold on here. Let's see. Yeah, that's, you know, my fucking fake Viewbot. That's why I have 32,446 active chatters currently. I did slash chat. I couldn't even fucking find it. Stop spamming. You're gonna make my you're making my laptop overheat.
Lamar 2 months, baby.
Yeah. See? Look at my Viewbot, dude. My Viewbotting with like 32,000 active chatters. Dumbasses. Guys, stop spamming. It's lagging. It's lagging my computer. It's hurting my knees. My laptop is on my knees. It's hurting.
Our advice is to maintain a small troop presence, minimum of 2,500 troops, right, in Afghanistan. And our belief was not that it would collapse as quickly as it did, but that it would collapse if you took those advisors, those troops out, that it would collapse maybe by fall, this fall. And yet you've got the president saying, I don't recall being told any of that. And that's okay now because and nobody's questioning it, right? Nobody's saying, well, hold on. No, how about some pushback? How about saying, what do you mean you don't recall? This is one of the most important decisions you've made or will be making, and you don't recall whether your senior top military advisors were telling you that in their advice, keep the troops in there for a period of time. And he's saying, I don't remember. And there's really no serious pushback. This whole hearing, if anybody wants to know what Washington, D.C. is like and how that city runs, I'd recommend maybe on Thursday watching some more of these hearings on the Afghanistan process because it's just, on one hand, it's very depressing. It's just a shit show. You've got the senators on the Armed Services Committee who have been there, who have been privy to all sorts of intelligence over the past few years, right? Now, sitting in a hearing to understand what happened, what went wrong with the Afghan withdrawal, and they're all acting as if, you know, they could be surprised by this. When these politicians have been sitting up at Capitol Hill, being briefed on this shit, having the opportunity to ask questions, doing all the things they should be doing, but now because it's all theater, now they get to sit in a hearing in front of some of the senior military commanders and act as if they're a little bit surprised by all of this. And, oh, my God, how did it happen? How can we prevent it from happening again? Senator Gene Shaheen actually asked that. I think it was of Milley saying, you know, well, how do we prevent this from happening again? Are you fucking kidding me?
Happening again?
Yeah. That's your question?
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, it's I tell you what, it's been a fascinating period of time.
Let me ask you this. So the president has the ability to say whatever the, you know, like
I love being a libertarian, talking about like government overreach in the form of like vaccine mandates, and then having a fucking CIA guy give his take on Afghanistan.
Hands, ads,
libertarianism is such a perfect American libertarianism is so perfect. Like there is no better fucking soldier that represents like gross American overreach than a literal like self-titled CIA guy. Wonderful.
So if someone advises him to leave 2,500 troops, he has the ability to say, I don't think so. No troops.
Yes, he does. So he can take all that advice, and the military leaders are saying, look, we provided this advice.
Right.
It is, I think it does surprise people sometimes when they see the extent, and if they were watching these hearings and understanding the information flow about Afghanistan. Look, there was a lot of talk, right? And in the aftermath of this withdrawal clown show, that, you know, what happened? Who was advising who? How did we miss certain pieces of intelligence? And there's a lot to figure out there. But the idea that the president would sit there in his office with all these senior advisors around, and they would say, "Sir, here are your options," because that's always basically what they're doing. And theoretically, they are supposed to be strong enough to argue their point as strongly as possible, right? They're not there to just go along. So they all come in. They say, "We think you should be, keeping troops in there." And the president then steps away. And now Milley, McKenzie, the others, they all said that Biden listened very, seriously to them. But there was a political decision here, right? That political decision was, we're getting the hell out. Now, the interesting thing is that Biden, he kind of wants to have it both ways, right? He wants to take credit for being brave and saying, we're getting the hell out, right? But then he also wants to blame the previous administration for the reason why he had to be getting the hell out, right? So he wants...
But it was the Trump administration's negotiations that Biden continued on. I don't know how, I don't understand how people can lie about this shit. It's such a strange thing to lie about. It's like, so why did they? Why did the Trump administration facilitate the conditional release of 5,000 Afghan Taliban prisoners? Like, if it wasn't their conditional retreat negotiations, like what did they just do that for fun? Because I feel like that's even worse. Why did they take out Bizzarre from the Pakistani prison? Like one of the highest levels in the Taliban command. They released him from the Pakistani prison he was in, and they flew him over to hang out with Mike Pompeo. Like, why did they do that? Well, they did that because they were negotiating a conditional retreat and eventual evacuation of all U.S. military members from Afghan soil. That's the reason why they did that. And that's precisely what Joe Biden followed on.
To blame the Doha agreement that Trump signed in February.
So by that guy's dumbass logic, Trump should get the credit for being brave and pulling out of Afghanistan, but no responsibility for how his negotiations fucked it up. Yeah.
February of 2020.
And what was that?
Well, that was when the Trump administration made a deal with the Taliban, and in February of 2020.
Like, not only did they do a deal with the Taliban, they did a deal with the Taliban where the Taliban was like, we don't want the Afghan government to have a say in this. And they were just like, okay, fuck the Afghan government. So the Trump administration is 100% responsible for the Afghan government, which was a puppet state that we built regardless. And it was a bullshit, very corrupt puppet state anyway. But the Trump administration's negotiations are directly responsible for the Afghan government not being able to hold off the Taliban anyway, because that wasn't ever a part of the deal. That was not what was going to happen. Don't let anybody lie to you and tell you otherwise.
And basically it had conditions within that. And General Milley and McKenzie talked about those conditions, I think, today, and they're in the hearings, actually. There were 7 conditions placed on the Taliban for this agreement to go forward. And there was a May withdrawal date. Now, the administration, the previous administration, people don't want to hear this shit, right? Because they're so entrenched in their own camp, right? So people who are on the hard left, they're not going to want to hear the fact that the Doha Agreement was based on conditions, right? But the most senior military commander,
the hard left,
today reaffirmed that, yes, there were 7 conditions for that agreement to follow through, for us to follow through. We had 8 conditions for the U.S. And now, during the course of the discussions and the negotiations, and this whole agreement was based on a power sharing. The idea was we want to create an opportunity for the Taliban and the Afghan government. We want them all to come together and create a power sharing agreement. Well, you know, on one hand, you could argue and say that's never going to happen.
Sounds crazy.
Yeah, it sounds crazy. But that's where they were. And you could also argue, and again, you know, because people are so entrenched, no one's want to give any credit to whether they want to give credit to Biden or they want to give credit to Trump or any Republican president or Democrat president. You know, the Trump administration did kind of broker the hard, heavy lift of saying we're getting the hell out, right? There had been talk around the edges in previous administrations about, well, how long would it be there, right? But the Trump administration did finally actually say, fuck it, let's get a negotiation, let's go, and let's set a timeline to get the fuck out after 20 years. Right or wrong. So they put that on the table. They set the table for that, you know, hardline withdrawal. But the Taliban never met those conditions. The only thing they did was not attack U.S. troops directly. But as Milley and McKenzie said today, they never met any of the other conditions. So it had been explained to the Taliban that if that was the case and you don't meet these conditions, we're not going to leave in May. We're going to just keep pushing the withdrawal date further to the right.
So why was the decision made to withdraw then?
Well,
Biden did not follow the Trump administration.
Look, in part, I think because I think everybody got behind the idea that we can't stay there forever. Because I think everybody...
Dude, this guy's boring as fuck, dude. I bet that he didn't even fucking participate in, like, drug trafficking.
Money to pay for friends' meals
or anything, you know, that the CIA does that... fucking pencil pushing, paper pushing Andy over here. The American government, they did this, they did that. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
31 months sub 23
Straight up
months street
boring, dude. Fucking boring. I don't even want to watch this video.
$10 months lays good.
I'm skipping this. VP Kamal Harris' office does damage control because she fails to correct the questioner's false smear of Israel.
Breaking news for you now. The White House is confirming
Breaking news.
President Biden's meeting with Democratic lawmakers just ended. He arrived right before 4 p.m. Eastern to try and smooth tensions between the two sides of the party, moderates and progressives, and figure out how to bridge the chasm between them about the total cost of his agenda and what should pass and when. We will bring more information about that to you when we have it. In our politics lead, however, until then, frantic damage control by Vice President Kamala Harris's office that points to
no nitty gritty. What do you mean no nitty gritty? It's just boring.
Possibly deeper and more troubling problems for the Democratic Party. On one level, Harris upset supporters of the State of Israel by failing to correct a student who falsely accused the country of genocide in a question to the vice president. Groups such as the Anti-Defamation League argue that allowing smears of this kind to stand is dangerous and can incite violence against Jewish people all over the world. The other and perhaps larger issue for the Democratic Party, as CNN Sunland Serfati reports, is what this incident might say about Harris's political acumen, given the expectation she will once again run for president.
Jake Tapper is such a bitch, dude.
Daddy, take my prime.
He's just so bitch made.
Hi guys, I'm
Vice President Kamala Harris is in damage control mode after this exchange with a university student earlier this week.
There were funds allocated to continue backing Israel, which hurts my heart because it's an ethnic genocide and the displacement of people.
100% true. That's a true statement. I'm sorry. That's literally a true statement. That's crazy. Anybody that tells you what that student said is untrue is a fucking liar. I'm sorry. Straight up.
I think that the people have spoken very often in what they do need, and I feel like there's a lack of listening, and I just feel like I need to bring it up because it affects my life and people I really care about's lives.
Harris responding in part,
Glad you did, and again, this is about the fact.
She pulled a I hear you, I see you, and you're entitled to your own opinion. And Jake Tapper is even mad at that. That's crazy. Can you imagine being fucking upset at that even? Like, she didn't even say like, you know, you're right or anything like that. Like, that's wild. And Jake Tapper is mad at that. He's mad at someone being like, you're entitled to your headline. That's insane, dude. You guys are insane. You're a psycho.
That your voice, your perspective, your experience, your truth should not be suppressed. And it must be heard. The point that you are making about policies that relates to Middle East policy, foreign policy, we still have healthy debates in our country about what is the right path. And nobody's voice should be suppressed on that.
Israeli publications jumped on Harris for not pushing back against the student's characterization of Israel's actions towards Palestinians as ethnic genocide. And sources tell CNN calls came into the White House from several leading Jewish organizations expressing their concern. The vice president's office is now scrambling to minimize the fallout, putting out a statement today saying,
yeah, she has to like murder a fucking Palestinian child or something on camera. She has to pull a fucking like ISIS style video, like, you know, in front of the American flag with a balaclava on her head and like execute a Palestinian child so that like they don't fucking destroy her.
The vice president
just, you know, you just gotta do what you gotta do, man. Remember when everybody was like, Joe Biden is such a piece of shit, Joe Biden is such a piece of shit for not backing Israel enough? Like, that's what fucking the Republicans were saying at a time when Joe Biden literally was like letting Israel bomb the fuck out of the open air prison that is Gaza for 15 days in a row, murdering 64 children, like babies, just straight babies. And then at the end of that ordeal, at the end of that fucking ordeal, you know, the defenders of the Israeli occupation, alongside, you know, all these reactionary psychos, which, by the way, the defenders of the Israeli occupation and apartheid state are reactionary psychos themselves, still were like, he's not doing enough. He's not doing enough. He's anti-Semitic. He hates Jews. He hates Jews. Like, dude, he literally gave like 700. He executed a $750 million arms deal at the end of a 15-day bombing campaign that killed 64 Palestinian babies, dude.
It strongly disagrees with the student's characterization of Israel, that it was a student who voiced a personal opinion during a political science class, emphasizing the vice president has been unwavering in her commitment to Israel. Harris's senior staff is working the phones, calling several leading.
Anti-Semitism is a real problem. Unfortunately, though, like mega Zionists, ultra Zionists routinely conflate Israel with all Jews and the interests of like the most reactionary, the most supremacist defenders of like an Israeli apartheid state to all Jews all around the world and their interests. And that is inherently anti-Semitic and completely psychotic. Okay? Like, that's straight Nazi shit. That's what Nazis say. Nazis say, like, you know, all Jews have dual loyalty to Israel or all stuff like that. That's what Nazis say. But Nazis say, and it's also what, like, the most ardent supporters of the Israeli apartheid state say. Really fucked up.
Love you, Hasan.
And that conflation is weaponized regularly. Sorry, that's the fucking truth. It is what it is. The ADL does it routinely.
Pro-Israel organizations to make clear that Harris's silence did not equate agreement with the students' claim of ethnic genocide.
There's nothing wrong with criticizing policies of the state of Israel, but it's deeply problematic when you demonize or delegitimize the country, because we've seen how that kind of slander is used and can spark anti-Semitic incidents here at home.
This dust-up is...
Bro, I've never heard a single person be like, criticizing the Saudi occupation of Yemen and the man-made famine that they've caused in Yemen is actually increasing hate crimes against Muslims here in America, and that it is inherently Islamophobic, because it's not. It's just not. You know what's fucking problematic, dude? You want to know what's fucking problematic? Operating an apartheid state. That's problematic.
Just one in a series for the vice president in her
Yes, Goy, thank you for telling the Jews our experiences. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Guys, sorry. We had the international spokesperson of all Jewish people here in the chat. Twitch chatter, light at night. I didn't realize that. Yeah, the CEO of Judaism was here in the chat all along. It's so crazy. PogChamp. Wild. Corbyn is literally an anti-Semite. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, Israel's most ardent supporters in America are not necessarily American Jews. You know that, right? It's unironically the fucking goys, the white evangelical Protestants. That is the truth. So, you know.
"5 months Daddy Hasan. My boyfriend knows I'm in love with you and is okay with it. Thank you for all that you do. Poggies, revolving hearts, revolving hearts, revolving hearts. Let's go."
Months on the job. In June, her first foreign trip completely overshadowed by her blunt delivery of this message to Guatemalan migrants.
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come.
What a legend, dude. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. This kid has clearly never been to APAC. I just went because I'd never been to DC, surrounded by evangelicals and white goyim. Yeah, of course. And their defense of like Israel's, short-term goals of ethnic cleansing of Palestinians is not one for like any sort of material reason. It's pure zealotry. And like in the most psychotic way possible. They think that Jesus Christ is going to come back to earth and fight Satan. Okay, in mega doo-doo. And then all the Jews that don't convert to evangelical Christianity are also going to hell. Like in their point of view. That's why white evangelical Protestants are doomsday supporters of Israel.
Do not sub, I'm gonna sub.
Do not come.
That answer upsetting many, including members of her own party, and calling into question her diplomatic chops. Just days later, Harris causing headlines again by dismissing the criticism that she's never been to the border.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making.
There have also been reports about dysfunction and infighting in Harris's office. She's recently brought on 2 more communications aides.
The situation is sad and the onus certainly lies on Israel, but to compare it with apartheid is completely incorrect. Even prominent pro-Palestinian activists like Noam Chomsky have said that it's not a good comparison, and to repeatedly use that word minimizes the suffering of black South Africans. Wait, what? It 100% is an apartheid state. That's insane, dude. I don't give a fuck what Chomsky says about it. And also, I doubt that he doesn't say he would be against it.
Viva Puerto Rico Libre.
Especially
Viva
considering
Puerto
the fact
Libre.
that, like,
Viva Puerto Rico Libre. Viva
he
Puerto
literally
Rico
was
Libre.
a speaker at the Israeli Apartheid Week. Chomsky spoke at the invitation of the BU student group, Students for Justice in Palestine, as a part of the university's first-time participation in Israeli Apartheid Week, a series of events held in cities and campuses across the globe. Noam Chomsky has said Israel's action in Palestine are much worse than apartheid in South Africa. That's right. I forgot about that. He literally did say that. Noam Chomsky says that Israel's actions in Palestine are much worse than apartheid in South Africa. And I remember the full quote now, because in the apartheid state in South Africa, the white population had an absolute need for the black population to enslave them and to have like a permanent underclass to use and abuse. In Israel, they don't even want the Palestinians there at all. They don't want the Palestinians there to like work in their factories. They don't want the Palestinians there to fucking toil the land. They just want them gone. How are you going to lie about fucking 900-year-old Noam Chomsky?
Hey, Pogo.
Which
If one
Hasan
day
ate
Alok
like all the
decided to
filet
run
mignon for the whole
president,
table.
Could you
It
see
was
yourself
like,
casting a vote on her
wow, you
behalf?
don't share your money or your food? If you can't spread the wealth, like spread the food. What's going on here, my guy?
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing it. I'm losing it, dude.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. He ate 3 out of the 4 and he let us have the 4th. I'm pretty sure Milena was like, Hasan, do you want the 4th filet mignon?
I did though. Me, Nick, and Myth went to fucking town, dude. Oh, it was so good. It was so fucking good. My lord, we fucked that filet mignon up. Ooh, that shit was so good. Oh man, I hate Boa. Or at least I hated Boa until I went and had a free meal there. Oh,
nice.
Delicious.
And he was like, no, you could totally have it. And it was like his honorable good deed of the day. He was like, no. The 4th, you guys can have the 4th one.
Boa is the influencer steakhouse, which is why I was always like, yeah, that place sucks. That place sucks. Until I went and had some filet mignon there, dude. It was so good. She said she was joking after this clip. Yeah, of course she's joking. It don't matter, dude. It does not matter. Like, what are jokes? Jokes are not real. Anything and everything that's against me that like puts me in a bad light, no matter how obviously it is a joke, will be used and weaponized. I mean, she's not completely joking. I did eat a lot. Dude. Anti-left extremist lie spreading spam. That's cute, man. I'm gonna keep this dude in the chat. You see John Deere? Yeah, 99% of the 10,000 workers voted to strike. There are a lot of labor strikes happening all around the country. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool.
Tongue.
I'm Iatse, voted yes on the strike. I'm currently housing a journalist writing on this for all the Iatse members in the chat. I can't wait to see her work. It'll be very cool. Into your hand? Yes. Alex Press? Yeah. No, not Taylor Lawrence. Taylor Lawrence doesn't... Taylor is also a friend of the show, but she doesn't write on... Are you charging her rent? Of course, dude. Of course I'm charging her rent. I'm a landlord, baby. What do you think?
Shout out to my soccer offline friends. Hassle, love you all. Hassle.
He admitted? What? No, of course I'm not charging her rent, you fucking freaks. Are you insane? Why would I ever do that? When Will was visiting, not Neff, obviously. I'm talking about Will from Chapo. Taylor was attacked by Tucker again this week. Oh, God, I don't want to fucking watch that. Time to clip, chimp. Vax stuff? What is this?
Jojo, you hit the nail on the head with this comment, but I want to explain just a little bit further because I did a bad job in my last video. Vaccine hesitancy in Black and people of color is way different than white anti-vaxxers. For Black and people of color, that vaccine hesitancy...
Black and people of color? Just say BIPOC, dude. Like, if you want. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, it's completely disingenuous to suggest that black vaccine is equivalent to white. I can't talk. Okay. Why is White Lady making this? I'm willing to bet that she is going to try and explain, perhaps in the not best way possible, that like the reason why black people are skeptical of the vaccine is because of medical racism and a history of medical racism and contemporary medical racism. Well documented, big problem, for the record, for those of you who don't know. She might even bring up a Tuskegee syphilis experiment, which is not a good example to use here. It's not. I'm sorry. It literally is not a good example, especially because like rich people cut the line to get the vaccine, and black people in jail are being pumped with like ivermectin without knowing that they're taking ivermectin.
Is rooted in valid fear. The government has a horrible track record of treating black and people of color.
Shonda Black says she's not entirely wrong, but promoting and validating this hesitancy is no good. Why isn't Tuskegee a good example? Because Tuskegee is the opposite of what the fuck's going on with the vaccine. That's why it's not a good example. That's why whenever I have like black chatters in here, I tell them, like, you can tell your parents what I've told you as a great fucking counter. Which is, mom, dad, or, you know, people that you know in your communities that are hesitant. Rich people, literally, rich white people cut the line to get the vaccine. The vaccines are mass distributed to all people. Thoughts on BLM claiming that the vaccine is racist? It's not real BLM. It's just like a fucking random like offshoot that's using Black Lives Matter to spread anti-vaxxer rhetoric. Yeah, the experiment was that they didn't give them cures. How many black chatters do you think you have? I don't know. I think I VIP'd all of them. Like 3.
You look good in orange XOXO.
I got like 3 black chatters, and they're all VIP'd. Not me on black, come on. No. Where was I? Like, black people are just as susceptible to misinformation as white people are, if not more, as a consequence of like additional material issues. Okay? And also on top of like fucking the pre-existing medical racism that is a well-documented problem. All right? Okay, every black judge is like, VIP me. I'm not. I VIP people that do like cool shit, okay? And you mod dumbasses? No.
You know, the Tuskegee experiment.
Tuskegee.
I can understand vaccine hesitancy and sympathize with that. However, for white anti...
Dude, that's so stupid. Like, it literally does not. This video sucks. It's like, her heart is in the right place. Her heart is in the right place, but like, this is just like gonna be weaponized against her. You know what I'm saying? The Tuskegee. Listen. Black, white, doesn't matter. Vaccine hesitancy is bad and should be combated because at its roots, it's people falling victim to the same misinformation. Okay? If you want to actually tackle the other side of vaccine hesitancy, however, the logistics of getting a vaccine, then that's valid, and the government should be working on that non-fucking stop. Because there are poor people, a lot of black people, a lot of brown people that are hesitant to get the vaccine because they are, one, unable to get it because of the logistical hurdles that they cannot overcome, especially in like rural areas where there's not a lot of fucking public transportation available. You know what I mean? Or people that are fearful of getting the vaccine because they're going to have to take time off from work, which the new OSHA regulations account for.
Has wicked.
Okay. Ultimately, when it comes down to like vaccine hesitancy, you know, I have zero fucking zero tolerance. Yeah, medical racism is like well documented and also taught in med school. MOJD is correct, for the record. Always fun to remember the nursing textbook with a chapter basically about how only white people should get pain medication came out in 2017. This is an official teaching tool. You can't overstate how many people had to read this and say, looks good before it hit print. Arabs and Muslims may not request pain medicine, but instead thank Allah for the pain if it's a result of healing medical procedure. Yeah. Except for crotchy. What? I don't even know what that has to do with anything. It's so Tuskegee, and it's mentioned every single time, says Karen Lincoln, a professor of social work at the University of Southern California. We make these assumptions that it's Tuskegee. We don't ask people.
2 years ye.
It's a scapegoat, Lincoln says, as an excuse. If you continue to use it in explaining why many African Americans are hesitant, it almost absolves you of having to learn, do more, and involve other people. Admit that racism is actually a thing today. So, a lot of the hesitancy can be cut down in half. You have half of the people that are hesitant on taking the vaccine because they're just fucking hogs. Okay? They're just hogs. You have the other half of the people that are hesitant on taking the vaccine because they're worried that they can't take time off work or that they simply cannot go to a place easily to get the vaccine because that requires travel. Okay? And that's still under the hesitancy umbrella. A thing that I talk about regularly. Okay? The government should be doing everything they can, everything it can to make sure that that second half of the vaccine hesitancy is eliminated. Are we really going to do the infantilize the anti-vaxxers thing? I mean, I'm talking about this. I think Andre has done a really fucking good job documenting this shit. And even I have went back and have recognized that, like, my rhetoric on the anti-vaxxer shit exclusively revolves around those who have the means to get the vaccine but refuse to get it and are victim to misinformation. People that say stuff like your jab doesn't work. Yeah, that's why 99% of people dying of COVID are unvaccinated because the jab doesn't work, dude. So stupid. That's it. That's the only statistic you need is like, really? That's why 99% of people dying of COVID are fucking unvaccinated? Not true. It's 95. Fuck, man. My bad. And that's not even true, by the way. It's not 95. It's like 99 or 98 or whatever the fuck it is. But let's say it's 95. Let's say it's 95. But you think that fucking... Hold up. You think that's a good argument? What the fuck? Brother, you're a fucking idiot. The vaccine doesn't work. That's why only 95% of people dying of COVID are unvaccinated. That's insane, dude. What a stupid fucking argument, dude. Yo, anti-vaxxers are literally brain dead. Like, what an argument, man. Thank you.
Pog.
Chatters that keep saying Crotchy got a fake vaccine card and you're cool with it are so fucking stupid. I'm not cool with it. And also, she's currently vaccinated. What do you want me to do? Suck the vaccine out of her body so I can yell at her? Like, she's literally currently vaccinated. What do you want me to do about it? As soon as she was eligible, she went and got the vaccine.
At HasanAbi, it's 99.3% at HasanAbi.
Chatters don't understand. Fraud is okay if you're hot. I mean, yeah, literally. That would be cool to do on stream. Nearly all COVID deaths in the US are now among unvaccinated.
Yep.
Bro, Breitbart recognizes this. Breitbart recognizes that like 99% of people dying in the hospital of COVID are unvaccinated. Like, how are you going to be to the right of Breitbart, dude? Like, Chatter's in here like, nah, man, Breitbart are pussies, bro. Bro, Breitbart are pussies. They're fucking lying to you. They're fake. They're fake news, brother. Bright cook. That's right. When hospital nurses, nursing home caretakers, and public teachers refuse a shot, we don't have much of a shot to beat this. Bro, that's a whack take. I mean, you could say it's whack, but it's true. Saying it's whack doesn't change the fucking reality. You know what I mean? You can say it's whack all day, every day. So,
anti-vaxxers, their reasons are rooted in willful ignorance and selfishness. The two are not comparable at all.
They're not comparable at all. No, that's a dumbass argument. No, like, black people also, dude, what is this? Isn't this the like soft bigotry of low expectations? It's literally like, yeah, black people cannot be compared. Like, black people being ignorant of the vaccine cannot be compared to the white people being ignorant of the vaccine. Like, no, it's just so stupid. No, like, there's fucking black hogs as well. Okay, we live in America. Stop infantilizing black people. The real argument is, out of the group of vaccine hesitant people, it should be correctly identified that there is a significant portion of that vaccine hesitant group of people that are hesitant because they're worried about like literally getting the shot and then being incapacitated for 2 days, 3 days. Okay? That's it. Or people who are worried they want to get the shot, but they can't because they don't have public transportation. Like, the logistics don't work for them. That's a very real issue in America. Everybody thinks like, well, I live in fucking Los Angeles, so like what? You can't just like walk down to the CVS and get a shot? Like, no, like that doesn't work that way, man. There's motherfuckers that live like 30 miles away from a pharmacy, you know what I mean? That carries the vaccine. Like, and it's the same for poor white people as well, especially rural. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. So
crazy hassle.
That is a big problem that needs to be eliminated. Having said that, though, in the other 50% of the people that are refusing to get vaccinated, there are people who are victims of misinformation, and some of them are fucking hogs. And it doesn't matter if they're black, brown, or white. They're just fucking hogs. Okay? This notion that like you know, every black person is refusing to get the vaccine because like they saw Tuskegee and they're like, oh, this is the same is silly as fuck. Like, don't baby black people like this. You also are, you know, kind of normalizing that kind of ignorance, and that's fucked up. Dude, I'm sorry, but if people can't go to the local Walgreens, which mostly everyone in America has at least 20 minutes near them, that's not true. It's just not true. It's literally not true, man. That's not true. I'm sorry. Especially in the rural areas, dude. Come on, we live in a fucking country where there's like millions of people living in food deserts, dude. You're completely wrong. Assuming that everybody is living like 20 minutes away from a Walgreens, assuming that everybody has the fucking means to go somewhere and get the fucking vaccine is insane. My town has no pharmacy. The closest one is nearly an hour away. Yeah, there's a lot of people like... Please touch on what's going on in Puerto Rico. Our sick and elderly suffering because of our blackouts exacerbated our privatization of our energy grid 17 months ago. I mean, we'll look into this on Monday.
Thanks,
I don't want to get too much into... I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty and do too much politics today. This is anecdotal, I know, but I live literally in bumfuck West Virginia and we have a Walgreens 15 minutes away. I mean, it is anecdotal. National drugstore and pharmacy chain distribution map. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Again, this also does not account for the lack of transportation availability too. Resident Nebraskan here, most of the towns other than Lincoln and Omaha have nothing but a convenience store and a Cabela's, no cap. So, yeah. Like, even in areas like this, there's also a significant lack of public transportation that makes it even harder. Before we get to this,
Yo, were you all last year when I was the only person in my workplace who got vaccinated? I couldn't stand up for myself because I knew nothing about the facts. Man, I wish I had your intelligence on this kind of stuff. Much love, brother.
But don't get me wrong, like, when people fucking say shit, this is a 2014 data set. Okay, well,
I used to live in rural Canada where you can to drive 20 minutes to a grocery store.
I've driven through the Oklahoma Panhandle. It's so hard to find a gas station or a Dollar General. There was legit only one Walmart. Yeah, dude, like, there are towns in Oklahoma where 50 people live. Like, just a town where only 50 people live and they're all related. Okay? Like, there's parts of this fucking country where there's just nothing. Maybe a bar, okay? And nothing else for like 30 miles. I don't know how to describe that lifestyle to you if you only live in a fucking suburb that's like close. If you live in like Naperville and tell everybody you live in Chicago, like, you're never gonna understand that. They have stations set up at fairgrounds in most small towns. There's a vaccine mobile, for fuck's sake, hitting rural towns. Yeah. I think they've tried to actively combat this, but they haven't done a good job with it. CEOs are at their wits' end. They don't know how to get their employees back in. Love that. We've tried everything except for better, higher wages and better benefits. We've tried everything.
Can hear a litany of frustration from those who run large organizations in terms of their inability to get people back in the office. I know. I had a lunch and a dinner last night. It's just a never-ending theme.
pussy.
I mean, people are at some of these CEOs are at their wits' end as to how they deal with it.
Yeah, I mean,
how do I get people back in?
If I were Jay Powell, which I'm not, a lot of times I'm confused, I would say, you know what? Forget about the current inflation numbers. We may see a return to work. And a lot of the times when you speak with companies that are involved in the supply chain, the issue is absenteeism. People are scared. Maybe if this makes it so you're less scared, you're going to show up to work. There are 10 million people who somehow have disappeared from the workforce. And the belief is that many of them are afraid of going to work, catching this, getting a hospital, or even dying. Well, you heard the Holmans, David.
Yeah.
I do not feel that. I think you take the risk and you make it so that it really is just like having the flu, of which people
or
do
less.
die.
Now, by the way, when you
from.
have the vaccine and you get a breakthrough case, it typically is something along those lines already.
Yes.
As Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh tests positive today.
Right.
Yeah, been vaccinated since January.
Really?
But no, so not symptomatic.
And so that has typically been the case. But this is obviously yet another sort of momentous line here in terms of our progress against the virus, particularly for those who are not vaccinated. Now, of course, there are people who refuse to use the vaccine. You wonder, would they be willing to take a 5-day course antiviral if they got it? I don't know. Merck has obviously done, it's Merck, you know, right. Nobody does, I mean, they know how to do trials.
Yes, they do.
We wouldn't sit here and question it, but there certainly will be those who do, I'm sure.
POV, literal demon from hell asking you to come back to work. PricewaterhouseCoopers is going fully remote work. Wow, that's wild.
Its best year ever for foreign direct investment. Plus, a number of top-tier businesses making a home in Ireland thanks to big tax breaks and a highly pro-business environment. Joe, you'd love Ireland. Here to tell us what he's seeing, Martin Shanahan, CEO of IDA Ireland, responsible for foreign direct investment in Ireland. He just took up the post in September, so we should congratulate you on that.
Thank you very much. What has the weaker euro meant in terms of tourism?
Yes, so I think Ireland's a very globalized economy, so we look to what's happening here as much as we do to what's happening in Europe, and we look to what's happening in growth.
You have pounds anyway, don't you, still?
We have euros.
You have euros in Ireland?
Euros, yes, which has...
What the fuck?
Your DNA...
Shut up, dude.
Why you have euros in Ireland?
Strong recovery. Why wouldn't we have euros in Ireland?
Huh? How do you? I'd use the pound.
No, we've had the euro for some time and we're very happy with it.
What about Scotland? I was using Scottish
pounds. Yeah.
Scottish pounds.
So they use sterling.
They use sterling?
They use sterling. But we use euro.
What?
Wow.
Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't we do that?
Why didn't Scott?
I love when the audio gets progressively worse, dude. Twitter video is so good.
No wonder they want to break away.
UK, we're not.
Aren't you right next to...
We're very close, but entirely separate. As
sort of the same island, isn't it?
And in the north of Ireland, they have sterling. But
they do?
We use euro, yes.
It's just too...
Wow. Okay, I don't really care about that. I don't really care about Alex Jones either. Let's do some fucking Veritasium. Veritasium did a video on catching criminals with their relatives' DNA. Let's take a look, folks.
Probably already in a database. You didn't have to provide a sample or give consent, but the unique sequence of A's, T's, G's, and C's that make you you are searchable nonetheless. So
speaking of Ireland, actually, something I was thinking about for a while now, whenever Ireland is brought up. Is that at the top of the fucking hour, there's a 60-second ad break. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs. At the top of the hour, every hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you'd like to no longer see the ads, if you'd like a ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Folks, all you need to do is subscribe. That's right. And you can do that for $5, or you can do that for free. You can do that for free by using an Amazon Prime connected to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month. And you can use that free Twitch Prime here on your favorite broadcaster. You can also use an ad blocker or VPN. But Twitch Prime is free. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Come tell us how you slew them
all Arabs 2 by 2.
Like the Zulus, they had
Spears and bows and arrows. You faced one with your 16-pounder gun. Frighten them damn natives to the marrow. You black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. How the IRA made you run like hell away. Green and lovely lanes of Killer Chandra.
Time is coming fast, and I think this day is here. When it's shown in traitor, he will run before us. And if there'll be a need, well, our kids will say Godspeed. With a verse up two of singing this fine chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of
It's just the best. It's the best song.
So if you committed a heinous crime and left a bit of your DNA, law enforcement could search it in a database and identify you.
Oh, I gotta bring something up here. I gotta bring something up here. Fitz, aka Cam, who's Australian, or sorry, he's New Zealander. I'm so sorry, I fucked it up. From the continent, though. Said that I had a proper Aussie accent.
Has flex.
He's a Kiwi. Yeah, I know. That's right. I'm collecting them, dude. I'm literally collecting. That's a diss for Aussies, you dumb fuck. No, dude. I got a proper card for it too. That's right.
Includes a discussion of serious crimes, which may be disturbing for some viewers, so I wanted to let you know that up front.
Yeah, I do. I have binders full of accents. I got Donny O'Sullivan and Just the Minx saying that my Irish accent is actually poggers. And now I've got a proper Kiwi telling me that my Aussie accent is good too. That's right. I don't even need to fucking like... I don't even need to defend my Knut accent. Everyone knows I'm actually Norwegian, so there's no reason to me. There is no reason for me to even defend it, you know?
But I think it's necessary to talk about these crimes in some detail for reasons that will become apparent. In the small town of Visalia, California in the mid-1970s, one of the state's most prolific criminals got his start. He repeatedly broke into houses and stole small items like cash, coins, and jewelry. He was dubbed the Visalia Ransacker, but soon his crimes escalated.
6 months later, in 1976, he moves up to Sacramento, and over the course of the next 3 years is moving all across Northern California, committing numerous sexual assaults, over 50 sexual assaults.
Here, he was called the East Area Rapist.
The police are saying lock up tight.
Sacramento's infamous East Area rapist may still be in town.
And then in 1979, he moves down to Southern California, starting in Santa Barbara, and starts killing. And he was known as the original Night Stalker in Southern California.
Variously known as the East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker, these were brutal, meticulously planned crimes that spanned numerous California counties between 1976 and 1986.
Police believed that all of these crimes were committed by the same person, now known as the Golden State Killer. How was it known that these were committed by the same person?
Investigators were relying on MO. MO, modus operandi, is basically how a criminal will commit a crime.
I was wearing some type of a mask or a hood. I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
The Golden State Killer had a very distinctive MO.
What he would do is he would break into a house with a gun, a house with a man and a woman. He would tie them up, tell the man, I'm going to put plates on your back. If I hear those plates move, I'm going to kill your wife and then kill you. Take the wife into another room and sexually assault her. Then he would go through the house for however much time, eating, stealing stuff, stealing little things or whatever, and then he would leave.
How was he not caught based on fingerprint evidence?
Well, he didn't leave his fingerprints. He always wore a mask. He always had gloves on. This was an offender that did everything to prevent himself from being caught.
The Golden State Killer has been linked to at least 12 murders, 50 rapes, and a string of burglaries throughout California.
Derek, how's it going?
How you doing?
Good, good. So we supply DNA sequencing solutions to the forensic laboratories that process crime scene DNA. At a crime scene, there's typically less than a nanogram of DNA left, and it's usually degraded. Right, so it breaks down.
Why is there so little at a crime scene? A nanogram?
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes.
There's no accident that he stops in 1986. 1986 is when the first DNA case of a murder case is actually solved with DNA. And I think he's following that, and he's saying, you know what?
A whole year of brain rot, Poggies.
What I'm doing here, I'm leaving my DNA. I can't do this anymore.
Investigator Paul Holes tracked the Golden State Killer for decades.
He couldn't account for DNA technology, and that really was his big mistake. That was the critical mistake. He left his DNA all over California, and it turns out that 3 of the cases, I had 3 sexual assault kits, and that's where I got the Golden State Killer's DNA from Northern California.
But having the unknown killer's DNA wasn't enough. They needed to match it to a known sample. In 1990, the FBI started work on what would become a national genetic database. It mainly...
Wait, is that why he stopped? Because he was a cop and recognized that like DNA evidence can get him caught, so he was like, all right, I gotta stop this shit now? Yeah, the guy was a cop, right?
I love you, Mr. Hasan.
Only stores DNA profiles from convicted criminals and persons of interest. It's called the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS for short. In each of your cells, there are 23 pairs of chromosomes.
How is that related to being a copper, though? I don't know. Think about it, chatter. If you're a fucking cop, you literally know when this shit's popping off. You know that, like, methods are getting better at catching people like yourself. So then you know that you can no longer get away with it, so you stop doing it.
One from your mom and one from your dad. And at particular places on some chromosomes, there are short sections of DNA that repeat. Like AATG, 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 and so on. These are called short tandem repeats, or STRs, and different people have different numbers of repeats. Forensic labs produce STR profiles by counting up the number of repeats at each location. Initially, there were only 13 places on the DNA where STRs were counted, but in 2017, that was expanded to 20.
It feels to me like that's not that much information.
It isn't.
But the chances of 2 people having the exact same number of repeats at all locations is incredibly small. The CODIS database now contains over 18 million STR profiles.
Golden State Killer's DNA profile has been up at the National DNA Database that's run by the FBI called CODIS since 2001 and has been searching ever since with no hits. We did Interpol searching, trying to search other countries' DNA databases, thinking, well, maybe he came from out of the country. That's why, after all this time, we have yet to be able to identify him. And obviously, we didn't get any hits.
But genetic sequencing technology was advancing rapidly.
The Human Genome Project was completed. Since 1986, scientists had been mapping and sequencing the 3 billion nucleotides contained in the human genome. It's anticipated that
soon private companies began offering genetic tests directly to consumers, and they provide far more genetic data than what's in the CODIS database. I traveled to Houston, Texas to visit Family Tree DNA headquarters.
We'll go in the lab and we'll start talking about the life cycle of a sample. There you go.
Thank you. These samples, what are they?
So they're cheek cells. They just scrape the inside of their cheek, they put a cap on and they send it back to us.
It's like a robot ballet.
Yes. So for DNA extraction, we need to remove all of the protections that are on the DNA and just separate it by itself so we can do testing on that.
Instead of looking at 20 places on your DNA, these tests examine 700 to 800,000.
The Family Finder test is based on what's called a microarray. And this is what a microarray looks like. Each one of those boxes is an individual. We can fit 24 individuals on here. And within that box is about 710,000 positions of your DNA that we're measuring, we're getting data for.
710,000?
Yes, and they're called SNPs.
So hang on, that's like 710,000 individual bases, like ATGC.
Yes.
For each person, you can measure 24 on that single chip.
Correct.
The human genome consists of 3 billion bases. All people share about 99.9% the exact same DNA, which means, on average, only about 3 million bases differ from person to person. These individual letter changes are known as single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs. So on there, are there a whole bunch of like little pieces of DNA then?
Yes. So what we have is a short piece of DNA that is specific to one SNP. So it's one position in the genome where we know there can be a difference.
Okay.
Is there any example of a simple SNP that, confers some sort of...
Actually, blue eyes is a single base change.
Really?
Yeah.
So everyone with blue eyes has this one letter change.
Mm-hmm.
You can see now it's starting to scan the first box.
You have blue eyes? Well, that means you got a single base change, bro. That's right. You got a single fucking base change then.
The results of your 710,000 SNPs can tell you about your geographic ancestry or possible medical conditions, but they can also quantify how related you are to someone else. The genetics of having a kid are a bit like cutting 2 decks of cards together. The resulting deck will share about half its cards with each parent, and there will be long sequences of cards which match identically sequences in each parent. Now, if this deck has a kid, well then its offspring will share only about a quarter of its cards with each grandparent, and the sections of identical cards will be shorter. And this is how it works with DNA. The more closely you're related to someone, the more DNA you share, and the longer the blocks of identical DNA are. But to compare the DNA...
Art major, brains exploding? Okay, shut up, dude. Shut up, nerd. Mindfuck for this video. Imagine he's actually paid for 23andMe to explain and promote their ancestry tree service. I mean, isn't this literally like a video that's describing to you why you shouldn't do that? Because then the government could like steal your DNA if you've ever done a crime and figure it out.
DNA of 2 people, you don't need to read every letter. The SNPs are sprinkled throughout the DNA roughly every 2,000 bases. So if you find long sections where the SNPs match up, you can bet that the DNA in between is identical too. By comparing hundreds of thousands of SNPs sprinkled throughout the DNA, you can see where these identical blocks start and stop, and so how much total DNA is shared.
Everywhere that is highlighted in blue is where I share DNA.
With your father?
With my father, which is exactly what you expect, because I should share DNA with him everywhere, because he gave me 50% of my DNA.
Leaked. Imagine leaking your DNA matchups with your father. It's over, dude. Even worse than doxing yourself, dude. She just doxed her DNA.
So this is a second to third cousin. I have no idea who this person is. And you can see here, we are definitely not as closely related as me and my dad, because where the blue is, those are the only regions of the chromosome where we share DNA.
We all know that these genetic tests can help identify our relatives. But the question is, can you do the same thing with law enforcement databases?
Can you identify family members using the CODIS database?
You can, and it's only limited.
Dude, why did they show this camera like this? This is like such a terrible shot. I know it's unrelated to the production overall, but like, it's just such a weird fucking shot.
Can you identify family members using the CODIS database?
You can, and it's only limited to really first order and second order.
Only limited?
That means if I'm looking for the Golden State Killer, I'm looking for either his father, his brother, or his son. We did that over and over and over again with no hits.
Why is it so limited?
Because you've only got 23 loci. If you want to do proper kinship analysis, you need to have more points assessed on that genome to see how related you really are.
We know the answer is behind a locked door, and the answer is behind the locked door of 23andMe and Ancestry.com. We know that they have millions of profiles. Somebody related to him, a second cousin, I would guess, would be in there.
Sure.
And that was very hard to deal with, you know, that the answer is there behind this locked door.
Law enforcement is not allowed to search the databases of 23andMe and Ancestry.com, but luckily for investigators, there was another way. An independent website called GEDmatch had been set up to allow people to connect with relatives. You can upload the raw data from any of the big genetic testing companies and search for matches.
So when we initially search the GEDmatch database, our best hits come back at third cousins, which means they shared, you know, our top hit, I think, shared about 1% of the DNA. It's very little DNA that's shared. But that's a starting data point. And theoretically, by taking multiple of these individuals that share DNA and building their family trees using traditional genealogy and public source documents like census records and obituaries and newspaper articles and findagrave.com, you build this family tree back until you get two of these relatives of the Golden State Killer. You get them to intersect, where now you see, oh, they shared great-great-grandparents together. Theoretically, Golden State Killer is a descendant from those same great-great-grandparents. So once I identify that common ancestor, it's now identifying every single descendant from those great-great-grandparents. And this becomes a huge process. People in the 1840s would typically have 15 kids. You have to identify each of those kids, and then all of their children, and then all of their children. So now we have this exponentially growing family tree.
How wide did that tree get?
I think we had over 1,000 individuals in that family tree, but we knew a lot about our offender. We were confident he was born between 1940 and 1960. We knew he was a white male. We knew he was 5'8" to 5'10". You know, he's in California. He's up in Sacramento in 1976. He's in Southern California in the 80s. We basically narrowed it down to about 5 males, and then it's just investigations.
With a suspect at their fingertips, this spring they followed him to a Sacramento area Hobby Lobby store and took a DNA sample from his car door handle. Days later, investigators recovered another DNA sample from one discarded tissue, which registered a match to DNA evidence left at one of the crime scenes.
Investigators in California say DNA evidence led them to one of the country's most notorious serial killers. Former police officer Joseph James D'Angelo was arrested yesterday, and he is believed to be the so-called Golden State Killer.
For 44 years, countless investigators have worked it and have failed to solve it. Within 4.5 months, a team of 6 were able to figure out who the Golden State Killer was, and that was Joseph D'Angelo.
After the Golden State Killer was identified, the floodgates opened. And we were seeing every week not only single killers, but multiple killers, serial killers. Every week were being identified from cases in the 70s and 80s.
Because there's been over 70 cases now that they've solved this way. And they...
Suppose you're worried about your genetic privacy, Miss Murphy said. If your sibling or parent or child engaged in this activity online, they are compromising your family for generations. Yeah. Yeah, if you have like someone in your immediate family that gave up their, gave up their DNA, it's GG's. Like, don't do a crime. You will get fucking, they can track it if they want to. Did you miss that? He was a cop. You called it? No. I know the Golden State Killer story. I covered it back in the day. I know that it was, I'm not like pre-watching reality. I just like, I covered it. So I can't really fucking take credit for that if we're being real.
Hi Hasan, I had a dream about you last night. Stay away from my mum.
Bummer, I just wanted to kill someone, but thanks, son. Yep. Don't do it.
Continue to solve them at a fairly regular rate. And I think...
Presumably that rate's just going to increase.
Yeah.
And there's going to be more. Because it's working, and we are going to, help find these people.
But the scary thing is, in the US, you have 100,000 cold case murders with DNA. You have more cold cases, but the ones with DNA is estimated about 100,000. There's roughly about 650,000 sexual assaults. Cold cases with DNA.
This seems like a real paradigm shift.
It is. Multiple law enforcement agencies have said that this is the most revolutionary tool they've had since the adoption of the fingerprint.
With traditional DNA, it required getting a sample from the actual individual. It's a one-to-one type of process. And so these offenders who, let's say they have committed crimes and haven't been caught, and they're just living their life, and they're thinking, well, my DNA has never been taken from me. So I may have left DNA in a case that I committed back in 1975, but they've never gotten my DNA. They won't find me. But now, well, we don't have to rely upon that. Somebody distantly related to that offender has put their DNA into a database. And
I guess
they have to start getting nervous because that's outside of their control. They can't account for a third cousin and what that third cousin is doing. And so they start getting nervous. And I've kind of wondered how many of these individuals recognize that law enforcement is eventually going to be knocking on their door as a result of a third cousin putting their DNA in the database.
Each person who uploads their information to a database illuminates the identities of hundreds of other people around them. Parents, siblings, aunts and uncles, and cousins. A study by Ancestry DNA found the average person in the UK has 175 third cousins. And it doesn't...
Jesus Christ, dude.
Sad that the Black Dahlia is a murder case to never be solved.
Oi, bruv. I mean, oi, bruvs are... This is not surprising to me.
Doesn't stop there. The DNA in one person will be shared by hundreds of people yet to be born. children, grandchildren, nieces and nephews, and cousins once or twice removed. Realistically, each person shares identifiable DNA with nearly 1,000 people, past and future. So,
mathematically, Hasan has fucked a couple third cousins? No. You want to know why? Because I've literally had sex with like a handful of Turkish people, whereas the overwhelming majority people that I've had sex with are Americans and from all around the world. That's why.
So it doesn't take many people uploading their data to reveal the identities of everyone living in a country. Back in 2018, a study found that using an existing database of just 1.3 million people, they could identify 60% of all Americans of European descent. And they estimated with a database containing just 2% of the population, you could find a third cousin or closer match in 99% of cases.
DNA storage is one of the things that we have that is really unlike anything else. If you look inside, this is at minus 20 degrees Celsius.
That keeps the DNA good for a long time?
We have DNA samples in here that are probably about 15 years old.
How many samples are stored in there?
Just over 2 million.
Whoa!
Yeah, so the capacity is just over 2 million.
2 million people's DNA stored in this one small room.
Correct.
Wow. By 2021, over 30 million people worldwide have taken a direct-to-consumer genetic test, the majority of which are through Ancestry and 23andMe, which do not currently work with law enforcement. But Family Tree DNA does.
If you ask Americans, should we have a national database where everyone's logged in it?
As their DNA.
Yeah, by their DNA and their name. Most Americans will be somewhat uncomfortable at, or potentially very uncomfortable with that. But we're kind of sleepwalking into that scenario.
There are some people who are concerned with privacy. If anyone chooses or decides that they do not want their results to be used for law enforcement matching, they can remove themselves from that.
I do worry about genetic information being used to discriminate against someone.
My biggest thing is health insurance. I worry about if you have somebody's DNA profile and some law is enacted, it gets into the wrong hands, and they say that this person has a proclivity, they're headed towards Parkinson's, they're headed towards this, headed towards that. And
if you think
the rich get richer, Sag,
this won't be used for like actuarial sciences, you are completely oblivious to the reality. This is like, you got motherfuckers salivating in here, like 100,000%. I'm assuming it's already being used right now, actually. Can life insurance companies get your genetic test results?
And then rates skyrocket. That's the biggest place that I see as a privacy concern.
Once your genetic information's out there, it's out there. It's not like a credit card where you can get a new one. Yeah, you're giving away something that you don't know what it can do.
Well, yeah, our information isn't ours in the first place. Like,
right.
Our information is shared.
Yes, with your relatives.
Yes.
And although you may be adverse to this sort of thing, if they've already done it, if it, you know, in a way, you're out there.
Have I seen Gattaca? Yes, I love Gattaca. I'm a huge fan. It's a great movie. And also, just the future.
Today, you very clearly have two camps. There are those that are very comfortable having their genome available to be able to be searched for law enforcement purposes, and there are others that are not comfortable at all. And that's okay.
The problem is, of course, those people who don't want theirs to be searchable could have their DNA uploaded inadvertently by their relatives. Do you know what I mean? So, like, if
Michael, Bezos took one of these tests, remember? I just took a DNA test. Turns out I'm 100% Lizzo's biggest fan. This is a bazinga moment, isn't it? Oh, 100%. This is the most bazinga thing that has happened today. You got to have a couple bazinga moments. That's my boss, dude.
I don't want my DNA to be searchable by law enforcement, but my sister uploads hers.
Yes.
It's almost as good as me doing it myself.
Right now, Family Tree DNA's policy is we will only accept samples from law enforcement under certain circumstances. It has to be a sexual assault, identification of remains, DNA recovered from the scene of a homicide.
Maybe you hate your cousins, though. And you want them to get arrested for, you know, doing crimes. So just go and fucking give away your DNA willingly, dude. And it's not even just your cousins, it's like generations. Generations upon generations, like your whole lineage.
And we also do child abductions. So if there's a child that's kidnapped and there's DNA evidence, we will process the DNA so they can try to find out who the abductor is. Those are the only cases that we will accept.
Got it.
Unfortunately, now GEDmatch has flipped off the switch. And GEDmatch has actually said that you're not allowed to have your information searched without opting in.
Right.
Was that decision by GEDmatch a direct result of this Golden State Killer case?
No, it wasn't.
No.
You want to tell the story?
You know, it had to do with a Utah case.
Where an elderly woman was playing the organ in a church.
And there was an individual who broke in and assaulted her.
But it wasn't a sexual assault, but it's a serious crime.
I believe tried to strangle her and left her for dead. I believe he thought that, you know, she was obviously dead and left. The police, I believe, approached GEDmatch because that they were concerned that he was going to recommit other crimes.
But GEDmatch's terms of service said they would only help law enforcement in cases of rape or homicide.
Her problem was that she didn't die.
Because if she died, then...
If she died, it would have fit the conditions, and they would have uploaded the sample because it met the terms of service and everything.
So what happened? They didn't? They didn't take that case?
They did.
They subsequently caught the individual from that search that they performed on GEDmatch.
But people within the genealogy world kind of got their passions inflamed, saying that is stepping outside of what this tool should be used for. And they ended up putting a lot of pressure on GEDmatch.
They flipped the switch because they got freaked out.
But at the end of the day, it was a violation of terms of service. And I think ultimately led to a good thing. Everybody got...
Dude, I can't see... Oh my God. I have a little bit of American libertarianism in me when it comes to stuff like this, because like immediately I'm skeptical of the American government and the federal authorities like misusing this info, right? But also I don't know. I personally cannot think of like why this would be bad for law enforcement. I can immediately think of why this would be bad for, you know, life insurance and stuff like that. But I can't think of like why, like it seems like a positive overall.
So dude.
You know what I mean? I know that it's not good, but I can't really pinpoint why. Does that make sense? I guess maybe because it'll be used against like whatever you consider to be a crime, and expanding upon that from like looking at only the positive examples of this and not looking at like prosecuting whistleblowers, you know what I mean? Or prosecuting and finding people who the government has considered terrorists, even if they're not actually fucking legitimate terrorists at all, and instead just political dissidents. Like, I see all of that as like a massive fucking massive violation of your Fourth Amendment rights, for sure. Does that make sense? Using it against protesters. Kind of surprised that, like, Veritasium doesn't talk about that side of it more. They briefly go over, like, life insurance without even considering the implications of, like, the insurance industry utilizing this stuff. Fucked up.
Zeroed out, and then everybody gets to sign back in.
Subsequently, GEDmatch was sold to Veritasium.
I can tell you, a new user today, when they sign up for GEDmatch, about 73% of them are signing up to allow law enforcement to search. We're pretty happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a high number.
It's a high number.
And it suggests that people want that, in a sense.
How many second cousins or third cousins do you know? You know what I mean? You don't know that many of them. Without even knowing it, you're helping justice. You're helping a victim's family get a little bit of peace. Not closure, but a little bit of peace.
To get an
Why
answer.
not?
Partly, you could make an argument that if you want to be an activist helping catch criminals, one of the best things you can do is, like, encourage everyone you know
What
to
the
be
fuck?
tested.
Willingly give your DNA information up to the government. That's how you can do activism. That's fucking crazy, dude. You look like something is hurting. Everything is hurting. I'm so tired. I ordered even more food. I'm tired. My back hurts. I'm just like, I'm not in good shape right now, boys. This week, like, fucked me up, dude. In a big way.
Put in the database.
Correct. And, you know, there are millions of people who have tested at other companies that are not working with law enforcement. And if they want to help, all they have to do is download their raw data and they can upload it for free into our database.
I absolutely believe in a person's right to privacy, but I also absolutely believe we have a right not to get murdered or sexually assaulted or be part, you know, having violent crimes committed against us. There has to be an equal balance.
That scale of my privacy has been taken because of a third cousin has been identified versus a mother who's talking about her daughter has been murdered, that scale is way the hell like this.
We're at a point.
Bro, that's literally always how this is used, by the way. Like, that's how people justify the surveillance state. That's how people justify the fucking Patriot Act. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah? You're worried about the government collecting every and any thing that you do on the internet? And in general, like, having a backdoor, functionally a backdoor into ISPs and, like, collecting every single thing? Well, guess what? We're preventing another 9/11, so your fucking personal liberties do not matter in this circumstance. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, it kind of does.
Went to Women's Rights March today, was Pog.
That's so weird. It's such a weird thing to say. You're doing agitative propaganda by using an edge case of success to justify a gigantic fucking invasion of your personal liberties.
Point now where in many ways technology has kind of outstripped where the laws are. I truly believe that ultimately this tool and all the concerns with it will probably end up in front of the nation's Supreme Court, and there will be a decision. My bottom line message, if you're going to make a decision, if there's going to be laws restricting law enforcement to use it, make sure that you're making an informed decision and not assuming what it is based on its DNA and genetics and law enforcement, because it really isn't what you think it is.
I got to keep a couple million people happy so that I have access to the identities, kind of, in a sense.
In a sense, right?
But doesn't the benefits outweigh the disadvantages? No. I don't think it does. Something this video doesn't mention is that GD Match didn't volunteer their database to cops to match the potential relatives of GSK. Cops created a fake profile with GSK's DNA. Oh my God. How come you're so cheap? What do you mean? I really wish that there weren't so many people who are just like so bad at reading context clues or cues on the internet. I guess it's just always gonna happen though. Like, it's called a joke, chatter. That's all those streamers that are saying things like that. They're saying it as a joke.
Millions, hundreds of millions of people.
Right.
777.
And that's a pretty selective sample. These are people who are willing to give up their information to find their ancestors.
Yes.
There may be many others who are militantly private, but they don't get a say in the decision of whether they're going to be searchable through that person or not.
True. That's the choice you make. So that
fucking dipshit, Dylan North, is a 28-month subscriber that just spammed that. 28 months he's been in here. 28 fucking months, and he's still doing shit like this. Can you imagine?
That to me,
that's the choice you don't make.
It's a choice you don't make, but it's also the choice we have to make as a society. Is what's that balance? There is always going to be winners and losers in my mind, right? And I don't want to use losers in the negative sense there, but in a decision, at the end of the day, you have to balance, in my mind, the public safety with the public privacy.
Is DuckDuckGo, is that good?
I use it. I'm a little paranoid. So it's supposed to not track you as much, I guess. But yeah.
I have been working on this video for a couple of years, so I really want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring it.
What? Get rolled is on the indoors DuckDuckGo? Yeah, totally, dude.
Can I get a DNA sample, Hasan? Don't want to be late for the 9-month anniversary smile. Had to sub with my cause. This fake communist won't help a fellow lefty has smash. Love you, chat hassle.
Realistically, what the fuck do you think they're going to do with your DNA that's genuinely going to be harmful to you in an unfair way? It depends on who is what is designated as a crime.
Hell yay.
That's it. That's all it is. And we know through history, through historical precedent, and through we know through historical precedent that, like, the government will fucking routinely consider certain things that are not supposed to be crimes. And they can now track these people and find them and shit. You know what I mean? Like protesters at a fucking, protesters at line 3, for example, if they're hiding their identity. Actually, this is a unironically good segue into why terrorism is a dangerous word by second thought.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. In June of 2021, a military training document leaked to the public. In it was the following question: anarchists, socialists, and neo-Nazis represent which terrorist ideological category? The correct answer was political terrorists. In this episode, we're talking about terrorism, which means this video will probably be demonetized and age-restricted. So if you enjoy the work I'm doing and would like to support the channel, please do consider becoming a patron. Today we're covering the terminology, rhetoric, and history surrounding the use of this term to unpack exactly how we got here and what this means for the American left and the American public in general. Now, despite the Navy announcing it would be removing the entire training document in which this question appeared just a few days after The Intercept broke the story, it was too late. This leak shines a light on the endurance of the US's vision of the left as a dangerous subsection of the political public, and we're going to examine exactly how. Although this specific training question garnered a pretty sizable reaction, the language in this document is not especially unique. In many FBI and DHS documents, notably those from Biden's new National Strategy for Combating Domestic Terrorism, these agencies outline very clearly that they're responding to the threat of violence from both right-wing groups, like militia extremists, sovereign citizen extremists, and white supremacy extremists, as well as so-called black identity extremists, anarchist extremists, and environmental extremist groups on the left. Before we delve into the issues with this,
you know, the real extremists, boys. The ones historically designated as extremists.
Political
language, and these programs as a whole, we need to briefly talk about terrorism in general. Terrorism is a notoriously hard to define term, so much so that despite decades of deliberation, the UN has no agreed upon definition of the term, and for good reason. The problem with a single definition lies in positionality. Depending on where you stand, an act of violence can either be a deeply illegitimate and reprehensible use of terror, or its exact opposite. The obvious example is the freedom fighter/terrorist dilemma, but it goes much further. For starters, terrorism is typically defined by states or people thinking in terms of states. As a result, almost every definition of terrorism fails to include actions taken by governments or militaries. In this way, terrorism is just something that non-state actors do.
Yep.
This means
that's why whenever I say like the American government are the most successful terrorists on the planet, there's a lot of chatters who are like confused by that. They're like, what do you mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. That's like the American government. It's like, nope, they are way better at causing chaos and doing terror. You never say that. There are probably like
less than 3.
More than 100 viral videos of me saying exactly that. I say it literally all the fucking time. I suspect that since you've been following me starting July 10th, 2021, you are maybe unaware it's kind of all I say.
That even if two acts are otherwise indistinguishable, only one of them will be considered terrorism, the one in which the perpetrators aren't wearing army green. We'll come back to that
100 views equals viral. I fucking love my dumbass 17-month subscribers, dude. Yeah.
Later. For now, let's return to the leaked document and the new anti-terrorism measures the US is implementing. These measures achieve two things. They drastically expand the power of the surveillance and police state, and two,
I think the chatter was claiming that you never say terrorism is hard to define. Cardi B soul sodas drip. Oh my god, dude. Cardi poppin'. Soda B. What the hell is a camel toe shoe? Oh, he's got the camel toe shoes. Yeah, that's weird.
They create a false equivalence between the left and the right. Both these things are incredibly dangerous. Let's begin with number 1. The US has something of a history with state responses to terrorism. After 9/11, the Patriot Act and the creation of the Department of Homeland Security massively increased the budgets and purview of domestic surveillance and policing in the US. Overnight, the FBI's top priority became protecting the US from terror attacks. And surveillance, which targeted Muslim communities in particular, expanded its reach. Enormous watch lists were created.
By the way, this video ties so perfectly into what we were just talking about. Like, I could not have found a better follow-up video to why I have legitimate concerns about just, you know, law enforcement agencies having access to everyone's DNA than this video as a follow-up to it. I reworked Peepo Haas for the Halloween season. Tax the rich, that includes you. Can't believe you said that, man.
Now including over 1 million people. And, as the Edward Snowden leaks have shown, the type of surveillance Americans and the citizens of allied nations were subjected to went far beyond a proportional response. Tens of millions of emails and phone records and countless terabytes of internet data from regular members of society were collected, stored, and analyzed by the NSA. Anybody could be wiretapped, and millions of Americans were. As you might expect,
thank you, Mooniverse, for the 5 gifted subs.
These programs, too, had incredibly biased results, disproportionately targeting Muslim and Black communities. At the same time, and with similar biases, local and state police forces became increasingly militarized, gaining access to weapons and surveillance equipment that were and continue to be directed against the American population with deadly consequences. In one example, Baltimore police forces were found to be using surveillance planes originally designed for aerial surveillance of Fallujah, Iran, on the majority Black western part of the city. The response to terrorism was militarization, essentially using a domestic army to occupy our own country, something the rest of the world is only too familiar with. And although 9/11 saw the most dramatic expansion in surveillance and policing measures,
they did this on, here's another great example, and it's not just like Black people in poor neighborhoods or anything. They did this exact same thing under the Obama administration against the North Dakota Access Pipeline protesters. That's right. Oh, bummer. Did the exact same thing to water protectors and climate change activists.
in the name of anti-terrorism, this issue goes back a lot further and explains many of the biases we see today. For over a century, the FBI in particular has targeted the Black community and Black activists with disproportionate force. In declassified documents, it was revealed that Ida B. Wells and Marcus Garvey, two iconic early 20th century activists, were marked as race agitators. And later in the century, Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and the Black Panthers were all targeted by COINTELPRO, an intelligence program run by the FBI that assassinated and falsely imprisoned activists, illegally tampered with the justice system to push convictions, and funded right-wing paramilitaries in the US to go after left-wing and civil rights organizations. In the name of national security, US intelligence systematically targeted advocates of a more just society, illegally and with deadly accuracy. Current anti-terrorism measures are operating in similar ways. To be fair, the current administration's plan accurately acknowledges that white supremacist and right-wing terror is the dominant domestic terrorist threat in the US. That being said, The claim of terrorism is used to justify intensifying the already expansive surveillance and policing of the American people, and widening the scope of who can be punished and for what by tying legal repercussions to the imprecise and fungible term that is terrorism. All the while, these measures silently equate the right and the left. That is point number 2. Buried in the documents released by the Biden administration is a false equivalence between the left and the right. Socialists are placed on the same plane as neo-Nazis. And while the document is widely publicized as going after the white supremacist right, anti-capitalists are just as much of a target. But there's a problem here. There is a huge difference between these two sides of the political spectrum. For one thing, there is a major difference in scale. As we've already seen, white supremacists are responsible for far more casualties than their left-wing or Islamist counterparts today. So much so that in 8 of the past 26 years, every single death to a domestic terrorist incident was the product of a right-wing group or individual. And since 1994, right-wing...
Damn, dude, it's crazy. I thought Muslims were responsible. I thought black identity extremists like BLM protesters and Muslims were, taking over the lion's share of terror. It turns out, never mind, it's actually anti-white.
The top of the hour every hour.
Never mind, it's actually anti-white, or not anti-white, sorry. It's actually anti-government white nationalists. Oh. The government can't stop you from seeing the ad breaks at the top of the hour. That dono is correct. If you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, the only thing that can stop you from seeing those ads, the only thing that will stop you from seeing those ads is a subscription, which is $5 a month, or free if you have a Twitch Prime. Okay? It's true. It's literally fucking true. I'm sorry. I will say it. Fuck it, dude. I'm saying it. But it is true. Now, those are the ways you can avoid them. You can also use an ad blocker or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Do with that information what you will. Here's a 1-minute ad break now.
Attacks and plots also make up the majority of domestic terrorism incidents in the US, whether they're fatal or not. By contrast, while some left-wing terrorist attacks are fatal, the majority of left-wing terrorism has been directed against property and consisted simply of acts.
Why are you so sad today? I'm not. I'm just really, really, really tired. That's it. I'm incredibly tired. I'm not sad at all. I'm very happy, actually. I miss streaming like this.
Acts of vandalism. These things are not the same, and that difference is a product of the history of white supremacy in the US. In the words of a report by Andre M. Perry at the Brookings Institute, Antifa did not deem black people 3/5 human in the Constitution. Supposedly radical left-wing hate groups did not tilt housing markets to facilitate wealth for white people while simultaneously denying black citizens similar opportunities. The radical left doesn't have a long, sordid history of terrorism, including lynching, cross-burning, church bombings, and mass shootings that explicitly sought to suppress black voting and our right to peaceful protest. A system of white supremacy did do all those things. So there's a problem with equating these two threats. But that's not all. At the heart of this narrative is the idea that it is only political extremism that relies on violence, and that the moderate, centrist institutions of our government today present a safe alternative to acts of terror. That is incorrect. In order for the current political system to survive, and even come into existence in the first place, a tremendous amount of violence must be exerted by the government.
Dude. I can't believe, like, the lack of protections that the Chinese Communist government offers its journalists. Like, really frustrating to see these Chinese officers in Communist China beat the shit out of these brave Chinese broadcasters, these brave Chinese journalists, for the crime of covering the atrocities in Communist China. It's just like, you will never see images like this in a free country like the United States of America. You know? That would never happen. Portland, China? No, this is actually in Washington, D.C., China. The nation's capital. This image. That's right. It's the Chinese capital city of Washington, D.C. Yeah.
We see this in the repression of civil rights and racial justice movements, where violence carried out by intelligence, police, or military forces is right in front of us. We see it in the endless wars carried out by the United States and its allies in foreign countries, where civilians are regularly killed at the hands of drone strikes in the name of the war on terror. We see it in the destruction of natural habitats. We see it in our day-to-day lives when millions are kept in poverty, away from shelter, food, or healthcare, despite the government's ability to satisfy these needs for everyone. When funds are withheld and people starve, are evicted, or die mere feet from the machines that can save their lives, that too is violence. If none of these—
Oh yeah, I forgot. That wasn't— This might come as a surprise, but that was in the United States of America.
These examples convince you, consider the extremes of this state power we've seen in events like the Tulsa Race Massacre and the Philadelphia Move bombing. In Tulsa, white mobs formed and descended on black residents living in the most prosperous black neighborhood in the U.S. at the
They dropped fucking bombs from planes, dude.
time. Armed and given deputy status by the city, the mob attacked the neighborhood alongside the city police, burning over 35 blocks, injuring and displacing thousands, and killing dozens of innocent people. In Philadelphia, the government literally bombed a residential neighborhood in which lived an anti-government black rights organization the city was trying to evict. 11 people were killed, a city block was demolished, and 250 people were displaced.
Bro, they dropped a bag of C4. Like, they literally dropped a bag of C4. Police chief at the time said, let it burn. This was in 1985, chat.
Hassle.
Hasan, wouldn't you believe that there might be context that we don't know? There is absolutely zero. Like, there are certain things that you can't do no matter what. Like, no matter how weird the Africa family might be to you, okay? There is no appropriate angle to justify blowing up an entire fucking city block, dude. That's insane. Like, dropping a fucking bag full of C4 from a helicopter, from a police helicopter, and burning fucking an entire city block with, like, children in it. That's insane. That's like saying, like, oh, well, you know, when thinking about the Holocaust, like, there might be perhaps some context that we don't know. Like, no, it's like completely inhumane, unacceptable thing to do.
And made homeless. Terrorism has never been unique to the extremes. But there is another aspect to the public equivalence between the far left and the far right. The use case of terrorism serves as a publicly permissible way for a neoliberal and centrist government to equate fascism and socialism in general. While center-left politicians are typically wary of criticizing socialists outright since they form an important part of their voting bloc, they see a popular socialist movement as a threat to their, at best, social democratic and capitalist government. As a result, many governments like to position themselves so that they can attract their necessary socialist voting base by decrying fascism as it encroaches on the right and simultaneously keeping their corporate sponsors happy by not actively ceding any ground to the socialists that support them while undermining them more privately. It's obvious anti-socialism, but well hidden from the average American's view. We've covered how this happens in the public sphere over the long term in a video about the ratchet effect. As always, that video and the sources for this one are in the description. But the ratchet effect doesn't give us the full picture of the issue. It explains the structural factors that allow for centrist parties to shift progressively towards the right in two-party democracies. What's missing are the moments where an actively anti-socialist agenda paves the way for a fascist regime. While this certainly exists in American politics, historically, the greatest evidence of this phenomenon is in Latin America. Let's go back to the Cold War. All around the world, communist and socialist governments are forming, inspired and at times aided by the USSR. Leftist politics started gaining traction in a multitude of Latin American countries, both through electoral politics and regime-changing popular revolutions. This posed an existential threat to the US and its own global capitalist regime. A global economy organized around the communist ideals of equality and cooperation would pose a fundamental contradiction to the exploitative capitalism the US had begun exporting abroad, and would break the neo-colonial chains that were forming between the global South and the more powerful global North, which enabled the legal ransacking of resource-rich nations of their wealth and power. Around this time, in Latin America particularly, US-based companies had taken over large swaths of land and actively resisted growing movements for its redistribution. One company in particular, United Fruit, now Chiquita, developed an exploitative banana trade in neighboring tropical countries where it could establish a monopoly over the fruit markets for incredibly low labor costs. To preserve this lucrative operation, United Fruit did several things. They actively subdued any efforts to redistribute land to an increasingly mobilized peasant class. They paid off national armies to shoot and kill workers striking for better pay and working conditions. And when all else failed, they got the US government involved. The US strategy relied on its own set of bad practices. There are the obvious coups, election interferences, and military interventions, of course. But there was a lot more violence exerted by the US, directly or indirectly, and often in ways that fit the US's own definition of terrorism. For example, a major factor in the US strategy was the funding of right-wing paramilitary groups. Under the direction of the Reagan, Johnson, Kennedy, and Nixon administrations, right-wing terrorists were supplied with arms and funds in exchange for the installation of US-friendly regimes in Latin American countries, regardless of the war crimes and acts of terror committed by these groups to achieve this goal or preserve their status. Not only...
Oh my God. Pre-watch. I was about to say, not only did they overlook those war crimes, they literally trained them to do war crimes, which I'm sure he's just about to fucking admit. Like, they literally actively trained paramilitary death squads to engage in like torture methods and war crimes.
Were brutal atrocities committed in order to install these, quote, business-friendly regimes, but once in power, these governments exerted savage right-wing authoritarian force, and
never mind, he didn't mention that.
Could reasonably be considered fascist in many cases. This was most famously the case in Chile. Under Nixon's direction, Chile went from electing a democratic socialist, President Salvador Allende, to becoming a full-blown fascist dictatorship under Pinochet. The history of Pinochet's rise to power is not like most other fascists. Unlike Hitler or Mussolini, Pinochet did not gain his status by preying on economic anxieties and racial resentment within the general public.
That's the original 9/11, folks. That's literally the OG 9/11. That also happened on 9/11. Only 9/11 Chile.
Working through the electoral system to consolidate power in times of crisis, and eventually emerging with far more control than was afforded to him. Instead, he was brought to power by the United States. Anticipating the success of the Allende campaign, the US led massive propaganda efforts against the left-wing leader, alleging he would abandon the democratic principles he espoused once elected, while in the background, the US funneled money to more business-friendly parties. When those methods failed and Allende was elected to the presidency, Nixon cut financial aid to Chile entirely and imposed brutal economic sanctions. At the same time, the CIA garnered support within the Chilean military for a coup to oust the president, luring Chilean forces with the promises of arms and even more funding, an effort that ultimately proved successful when Pinochet took power. Thus began decades of state-led terrorism.
Man. Socialism is sure unpopular. So unpopular that we actively have to fucking murder or overtake socialist governments that democratically vote in socialist leadership.
Under the Pinochet government, an estimated 30 to 40,000 people were victims of human rights violations. Torture, executions, and exiles were rampant and directed especially towards Chilean leftists on a scale so massive it is often referred to as a political genocide. Aided by the United States and its Operation Condor, the Chilean government instituted a regime of terror under the pretense.
I think it's a bit inaccurate to call Pinochet a fascist, a dictator for sure, but he lacks a lot of the qualities that we would consider fascist. Yeah, like he only threw people out of helicopters, like he didn't gas them in chambers. Totally, man. Thanks. Thanks for the clarity on that.
Go Bearcats.
Of preventing leftist terrorism, the scale of which never threatened the regime by most accounts, and was far eclipsed by the actions taken by the government against its own citizens. The takeaway here is that in resistance to a democratic socialist government, the US favored an undemocratic, far-right authoritarian dictatorship under which acts of genocide, terrorism, torture, and untold human suffering were committed just so domestic industries could get Chilean copper a little cheaper. At the end of the day, what constitutes terrorism is highly subjective. For the US, that definition has never been precise nor uniformly applied, and the result of this approach has almost always been the undermining of the left and silencing of racial minorities while far-right actors gain funding, support, and power. Under the guise of an issue that has universal support, reducing acts of terrorism, state powers are better able to enforce their own forms of violence, both domestically and abroad. As we've seen, that has hardly reduced terror in the world. As the world marches into an uncertain future, with major existential crises looming on the horizon, we need to be aware of this trend. We will see a resurgence of outright fascism within liberal democracies as they begin to struggle against economic collapse. And with this resurgence will come principled left-wing resistance. When given the choice between the two, I hope it's obvious which side is morally correct. And just so we're all on the same page, the other side will have the support of the United States. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible by my patrons on Patreon. When I decided to make the shift from general interest stuff to more radical political content, I knew I ran the risk of sinking my channel and losing my ad revenue and sponsors. These days, it's pretty hard.
Voting rights from John Oliver. What a great video from Second Thought, man. Great video. I want to move on to fun stuff. Does anyone have any fun stuff for me? Because I feel like this does not fit the profile.
Hello again, you communist.
Breathe in, breathe out. 世界は意地悪でも僕は消えない。
OfflineTV. Okay, who are these people though? Like, who are the characters?
試されてるの本当の意味へ挑む旅忍び込んだ批判
Dumbass little B. That's what the captions read.
社の声は高鳴っても Breathe in, break out
Offline TV has gone full weeb, dude. But I guess they like literally always were, right? Soda being soda. Hog wrap. No, I want like a nice fucking like